This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1001. Could it be that the congressman's strength far beyond that of ordinary people is due to the fusion of himself from many parallel universes? Some people asked curiously with their eyes widened. Others couldn't help but look at Typhon, because the other party's strength was beyond imagination. Although the other party did not take the initiative to release his aura. But even if it was revealed unintentionally, the wisp of breath that came out was enough to scare them. The strongest people in their respective parallel universes were no match for each other. Certainly, the girl in blue skirt said proudly. Master has merged with himself from billions of parallel universes and has reached an unpredictable state. Those of you who have just emerged from parallel universes are naturally far inferior to Master. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. They actually merged with themselves from billions of parallel universes. How high did this elevate their cultivation level? No wonder the man in front of them, their strength is terrifying to this level, but only strong people of this level can become counselors of the original land. Thinking of this, they also have a deeper understanding of the strength of the original land. They are worthy of being the strongest in countless parallel universes. The place where those who finally gathered is really too unfathomable. So, at this point, you should understand. Master Tai looked at the crowd, smiled slightly, and said, Life can integrate itself from countless parallel universes, then countless parallel universes can naturally integrate with each other to create the only universe. But can such a thing really be done? The fusion of so many parallel universes is simply unbelievable. Everyone is in disbelief. If it is an ordinary life, as long as it kills itself in other parallel universes, then the two parties can merge. But if it is a parallel universe, how can it be merged together? To be honest, if you don't witness it with your own eyes, if so, they couldn't believe that such a thing could happen in the world. Of course, ordinary people can't do it, but people with great supernatural powers can do it. Master Tai waved his hand. Of course, as for how to do it, you haven't reached the realm yet, so you don't need to understand it too clearly. Let's wait until you improve your cultivation to a certain realm. After hearing these words, everyone had to suppress their curiosity. This is probably the secret of the original land. It is not something that they who have just joined the original land can know. Master, the inspection has been completed. There is nothing wrong with these people. Xianxia said. When he spoke just now, he had already used his supreme magic to check this group of people again, and again to avoid bringing the enemy's things back. After all, the location of the original land is extremely important, and it needs keep it a secret and never let those monsters know about it. Otherwise, all living beings will face a disaster of destruction. Great, since there's no problem, let them in. Master Tai waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, the group of people flashed, distorting the chaotic void, and were instantly transported into the original land. At this time, many counselors from the original land gathered on top of the Black Tower. Each one of them was a powerful person from various parallel universes and had at least merged with the clones of hundreds of millions of parallel universes. This has also raised their strength to a very terrifying level. Any movement at will can cause the chaos and void to shatter in all directions and destroy the void. Those monsters have been acting more and more frequently and crazily recently, destroying more parallel universes these days than ever before. A council member said solemnly, To be honest, this kind of thing is very unusual. Normally, those monsters are not so impatient. Could it be that something happened? How could he be impatient? Such terrifying monsters, even if we, the congressmen, are no match together, who can make them impatient? Another congressman shook his head. Although they are strong men who have merged hundreds of millions of clones from parallel universes, they are still far behind compared to those terrifying doomsday monsters. Maybe they will die if they meet each other. They have to be clean and dead, and the gap between the two sides is so big that they can no longer be made up for by numbers. Basically, as long as they see these doomsday-level monsters, they have to run away quickly, and it is impossible to even fight. Even if they surrender, even if I try my best, I can't cause any damage to a monster of that level. The situation is so hopeless that there is no disappointment at all. To be honest, it's not impossible. A counselor's eyes showed a cold light. In fact, these doomsday-level monsters are not friendly to each other. Many epochs ago, they also had serious conflicts, and that battle affected thousands of parallels. Universe, leading to the destruction of many parallel universes. But even so, the battle between them is still indecisive, but from this we can know that the relationship between these doomsday monsters is actually not good. If given the chance, they will even fight each other and devour each other. Could it be that they're going to war? If this is the case, they will kill each other, both will suffer losses, and both will perish. Maybe the multiverse will be saved. A congressman's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't dream. Even if they really fight, they may not all die together. Indeed, they had an extremely brutal battle last time, but even so, they only stopped. It is conceivable that they are still rational and will not rashly engage in a life-and-death battle. It's so difficult to get them to bite dogs. It's almost impossible. To be honest, even if there is only one doomsday monster left behind, we can't resist it. The opponent's strength is simply unreasonable and unbelievable. The only way we can survive is to escape, hide in the deepest part of chaotic time and space, and avoid being discovered by the other party. This is the only way to survive. Otherwise, we are all dead ends. Many members of Congress were talking about it. To be honest, they are not trying to destroy their own prestige to gain the ambition of others, but the fact is the fact and cannot be defended. They are also old antiques who have lived for countless years. They are very aware of the gap in strength between them, and they are not relying on empty words. Vernacular words can defeat such a terrifying enemy. It was also because of various considerations that they decided to create the original land and this paradise. The purpose of creating this paradise was to build a Noah's Ark and save countless destroyed lives in parallel universes. In this way, even if the entire parallel universe is destroyed, they still have a safe and viable place where they can barely survive. And this is their way of survival now. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1002. I wonder if you have ever heard of the one real world? At this moment, a congressman suddenly said, "The only real world? Old guy, how old are you and you still believe this nonsense?" Yes, this kind of thing is definitely false. I don't know where the rumor came from. It's just a good wish. We are already the strongest existence in the multiverse. We have crossed countless parallel universes, merged with many clones, and seen many things, but we have never seen the only real world. That's right, we haven't even seen it, let alone other people. In the end, the so-called only realm of truth must be false rumors. Many members of Congress were talking about it. They all shook their heads, thinking that this was just a false rumor and not true at all. No, I don't think this is a rumor, because I once heard those monsters say similar things. A council member looked solemn. At that time, the monster was killing the lives in a parallel universe, and many strong people rose up to resist, but they were no match and were wiped out one by one. At that time, a strong man shouted in grief and anger, "Why did he come to slaughter them?" But the monster shook his head, with a look of pity on his face, and just said lightly, "Poor, after all, it is just a life created by magic, death itself. This is your destiny. You yourself are a false life." To be honest, I was also there at that time, but I was proficient in the art of pretending to be dead and escaped that massacre, thus surviving until today. He couldn't help but clenched his fists. You mean to say that the entire parallel universe, including us, was created by just one magic? How is this possible? Don't be ridiculous. Don't be alarmist here. A congressman yelled and became angry. He absolutely cannot accept such a ridiculous thing. He is just a false character and grew up in a false world. This fact is so ridiculous. Even if this thing is true, he will never accept it. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be done at all, and he does not believe that any existence can do it. It is like an anime character who suddenly knows that he is just a creature on TV and not a real creature. Same, this is simply unbelievable. No one can accept such a thing. Yes, no matter how you look at it, we are all real creatures, with flesh and blood, souls and wisdom. How can we be false creatures? If one magic can create countless parallel universes and countless lives, then how powerful will the existence that created this magic be? If there really are powerful people of this level, why are these monsters allowed to exist in the parallel universe and let them continue to destroy the parallel universe? Why is this? Many members shook their heads. They did not believe such ridiculous things. After all, after reaching such a state, their Taoist hearts were extremely strong and would not be easily shaken. No, it's not impossible. The speaker suddenly said, I have also had several conversations with those doomsday monsters. I hope to get some information from them. I learned from them that the endless parallel universes are just cages that trap them, and we are just the chess piece of that great being is not worth mentioning. The reason why they crazily destroy the parallel universe is to escape from this endless parallel universe prison. They are just a group of prisoners. What? As soon as these words came out, the MPs present were shocked and shaken. They simply couldn't believe what they heard, but these words were spoken by the speaker of the original land. Such existences are he is the strongest man in the original land. The words spoken by such a character have weight and are definitely not a joke. If he is not confident, he will never say such words. In other words, such words have a certain degree of truth. Sex. But if this is the case, then the truth behind it is really shocking. Those extremely terrifying doomsday monsters that destroy parallel universes everywhere are just prisoners imprisoned in parallel universes by some great being. And they are created prison guards. No, they should be said to be cannon fodder. Even their own existence is false and created out of thin air. So no matter how many people die or how many parallel universes are destroyed, it doesn't matter. If this matter spreads out, if so, it will definitely cause shocks in countless parallel universes and cause huge waves. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, and they could only digest this amazing information deep in their hearts. Of course, these things are just my guesses. Whether they are true or not needs to be verified. The speaker said solemnly, it's also possible that those doomsday monsters are lying in order to shake our Taoism. I see. After hearing these words, many congressmen breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, it is not impossible. After all, the words of the enemy cannot be believed. But even so, they also know that these words may be true. After all, those doomsday monsters are so arrogant and powerful. Compared with them, they are simply not creatures of the same dimension. Such beings can destroy parallel universes at their fingertips. They don't bother to communicate with people like them. What they need to do is to destroy everything. Just like humans facing ants, humans don't need to say anything to ants. Destroying you has nothing to do with you. It can be said that there is no need for existences like this to lie to them, and there is no need. Because of this, in their hearts there is a deep sense of uncertainty, obviously leaving seeds of doubt behind. At this time, in the conference room hall, a person appeared quietly. This person was Furukawa. He had entered the parallel universe and came to this original place. After all, the entire multiverse is within his reach, so naturally wherever he wants to go, he can be there in an instant. However, the surrounding counselors could not find any trace of Furukawa at all, and they could not even sense Furukawa's existence. After all, the two parties were not creatures of the same dimension at all. Even if Furukawa stands in front of these people, as long as Furukawa is not willing, it is impossible for the other party to discover Furukawa. Interesting. Furukawa smiled slightly and looked at the many council members in the conference room. They are all the strongest people in the multiverse of time and space, and they all seem to be acquaintances. Daozu Hongjun, Luo Hu, Jin Yuanzi, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan, Nuwa, Fuxi, etc. are all great gods from the prehistoric world. After all, he itself is based on the six-path universe and creates this parallel universe. Therefore, the life born from the parallel universe is almost exactly the same as the six-path universe. Can he exist in this six-path universe? Life that stands out in the universe will naturally stand out in the multiverse. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1003. It actually became a real life. Furukawa was very emotional. It was just a trick of fate. It was just a magic created by himself. Who could have imagined that this magic has endless potential and knows how to evolve itself? Now this magic has become a reality. Life, the virtual creatures inside also have their own wisdom, consciousness, and flesh and blood, and are no different from ordinary creatures. Of course, because they are lives in the multiverse, they are divided into countless selves, which also leads to the problem that if you fuse yourself with other parallel universes, you will be countless times weaker than the life in the normal universe. However, once you fuse yourself with countless parallel universes and become the only eternal existence, then you will be more powerful than the life of the same level in the ordinary universe. There are pros and cons. The Nar is probably coming soon. Furukawa touched his chin and calculated the time. The reason why he appeared in this place was because the Nar was about to arrive at the primeval land. It seemed that the Nar discovered this place and planned to come and attack the primeval land. This place is completely devoured. Once successful, the Nar's injuries will heal instantly and return to its peak state, so it is an imperative action for the Nar.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
At this moment, the entire barrier of the original land shook violently, shaking violently, buzzing, and even dense cracks appeared. At this moment, the entire life in the original land was stunned and had no idea what was happening. What happened? What happened? The enemy is the enemy who attacked the barrier of the original land, causing the barrier to break. Damn, what the hell is going on? What kind of enemy can find our original place? Our place is changing all the time, hidden in the chaotic time and space, and it is impossible to find it. I don't know, but the enemy has already arrived. Fight immediately. If it's a doomsday monster attack, we'll be dead. It's over, it's over, it's over. How long have we been safe? Are we about to be killed by a doomsday monster now? Even if you hide in the original land, can you still not escape the fate of being attacked and killed by doomsday monsters? Everyone was talking, their faces were pale, and they felt a huge crisis. The barrier of the original land, which was originally extremely safe, was now fragmented, and dense cracks appeared, like spider webs, distributed in every corner. It can be said that with just one attack, the enemy tore apart the barrier formation in the original land. One can imagine how powerful the enemy is, which is simply beyond imagination.
Wow.
The next second, an endless monster appeared in the sky above the original land. It was filled with the aura of doom, as if it was the Lord of Disaster that brought about the doomsday, and it was an unmatched existence. Its mere existence symbolizes boundless disaster and destruction, and the aura of doomsday that permeates it can easily destroy the world. It is the Nar, the Lord of the Universe, whose strength has reached close to 100 million years of reincarnation in the universe. It's done. We're completely done. The moment they saw the Nar appearing, many of the prime ministers and the strongest men instantly despaired. They knew that they were really dead this time, completely dead. In front of such a monster, not to mention trying to resist, even if they want to escape, it is impossible. The only thing they can do is to close their eyes and wait for death. But they don't need to worry about too much pain, because death is only a matter of seconds. The ants are quite well hidden. It took you so long to find them. You are honored. Offer your flesh, blood, souls, and all your treasures to me as my Nars. The Nar buzzed and was condescending. It had no intention of talking nonsense to these ants, nor did it want to pay attention to any desperate emotions of these beings. It just wanted to gnaw all materials and recover from its injuries. At this moment, when it opened its mouth, it seemed as if a terrifying black hole was created in the mouth, erupting with extremely terrifying devouring power. The entire primeval land moved, and all matter was involuntarily pulled into its mouth. Everyone was extremely desperate, but there is nothing they can do, because under the suppression of the Nar's aura, they can't even move a step, let alone resist. Nars, stop it. There was a bang. At this moment, Furukawa's voice came over. With a slight finger, the time and space of billions of light-years immediately came to a standstill, and all matter was unable to move. Even the devouring power of the Na, even with all their strength, they were unable to move at this moment. Every being stood there blankly, as if they were frozen in this moment of time. Their thinking was completely stagnant, and they didn't know what was happening. Only the top congressmen could barely activate their minds and see the scene outside. I saw a figure appearing in the sky above the original land, and this person was Furukawa. Who is this young man? How dare you contend with such a doomsday monster? A council member was greatly shocked in his heart and showed an expression of disbelief. He had never thought in his life that there was someone in the world who could actually compete with the doomsday monster. Even the strongest man in the original land faced the doomsday. The monster can only turn around and run away. It cannot bear the power of even a look and will be shocked to death in an instant. It is conceivable that the strength between the two parties has reached an unimaginable level. They are not in the same dimension at all. No matter how hard they try, they can't bridge the gap between the two sides. So there is only one thing they can do, and that is to run away, keep running away, delaying the time of destruction so that they can survive in the endless parallel universe. Could it be the mastermind behind the creation of countless parallel universes, the real master of this multidimensional time and space? Many congressmen had such thoughts almost uncontrollably from deep in their hearts. Such thoughts were like weeds, growing tenaciously deep in their hearts. They recognized such thoughts almost instantly, because only an existence of this level can contend with such a doomsday monster. Only such a strong person can withstand the ferocious power of the doomsday monster. But why exactly is this? The creator did not appear before, but appears now. Everyone's heart is deep. There are endless doubts and confusion everywhere, but they also know that the thoughts of existences of this level are not something they can pry into. There is nothing they can do now. They can only wait and see what happens. Because this is no longer a battle that they can intervene in. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1004. Damn it, it's you. Hearing this sound, the Nar's eyes widened. It glared at Furukawa angrily. Even if it turned into ashes, it could recognize the kid in front of it. You must know that as a Nar, it has been rampant in the universe C for hundreds of millions of years. Known as the Lord of the Universe, except for the Lord, not many people can be taken seriously by it. It has always been unscrupulous and unscrupulous. But until it met Furukawa, the situation suddenly changed. As a dignified pinnacle, the title of Lord of the Universe is unrivaled in strength and invincible. However, facing a mere high-level Lord of the Universe, he was actually imprisoned in this place by a spell, and he cannot leave until now. The biggest trick is that this kid doesn't know what he used. The method actually caused him to give birth to 9 descendants, which greatly reduced his strength, and he is not yet fully recovered. It can be said that it and Furukawa are simply sworn enemies, and they just want to eat Furukawa day and night. Flesh and blood, gnawing at Furukawa's bones. However, no matter how angry, resentful, and unwilling it was before, it could not find Furukawa. After all, it was trapped in this parallel world technique. Unless it broke this technique, it would not be able to find Furukawa. He couldn't leave. But it was different now. This kid actually appeared directly in front of him. He was extremely courageous. Even though it is much weaker now, it is still the peak title of Lord of the Universe, which is not comparable to that of the higher Lord of the Universe. Powerful presence. Die to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nar roared and cast a supreme doomsday spell, the doomsday of the sound of death. This is the doomsday that contains the sound of death. Any living being who hears such a sound of death will be instantly snatched away. The life, soul, and body will be completely destroyed. Even if you cover your ears, it will not help, because such a sound of death penetrates directly into the depths of the sea of consciousness. It is simply unavoidable and impossible to hide.
Wow.
The extremely terrifying power of death sound surges forward, seeming to destroy the chaotic time and space in all directions, causing the entire parallel universe to burst. It can be said that this is a hateful blow from the Eater, containing years of resentment and hatred. The power of anger is naturally terrifying to the extreme. But once it strikes, it will use all its strength to kill the killer, with no intention of testing or holding back. Nar, you are so rude. Furukawa stood on the spot and pointed lightly. The Doomsday Level Technique. The Great Freezing Technique. You must know that at this moment, Furukawa has entered the realm of the title of Lord of the Universe, possessing the power of 75 million universe reincarnations, and even seized the origin of the chaotic universe. He is in the chaotic universe, and he can be regarded as a home battle. He can mobilize the power of the origin of the chaotic universe at any time. It can be said that his own power, coupled with the power of the origin of the chaotic universe, in terms of cultivation, it is no less than any peak-titled Lord of the Universe. And the power of this great freezing technique is even more earth-shattering. Rumble. In an instant, with Furukawa's body as the center, an extreme cold current instantly filled hundreds of millions of light-years of chaotic spacetime, affecting this area. Wherever this cold current went, all matter, all molecules and atoms froze, and even time and space were frozen. Everything was completely frozen at this moment. Everything was in an absolutely frozen state, and nothing could move. The sound of death came with the doomsday bombardment, and was instantly frozen by the great freezing technique. The power of the supreme sound of death, it was also frozen into an ice sculpture at this moment. In an instant, the power of doomsday was frozen in midair, unable to even move forward.
What?
Seeing this scene, the Nar's pupils shrank. It was simply unbelievable. It simply couldn't believe the scene in front of it. It felt that the power of this spell was no less powerful than any of its own doomsday spells. In terms of power, it was even more terrifying than its doomsday spell. After all, the boy's magical talent is simply terrifying and cannot be judged by common sense. Titled Lord of the Universe, when did you step into the realm of being titled Lord of the Universe, and at least possess the power of tens of millions of universe reincarnations? Are you kidding me? How could you achieve such a level of cultivation in such a short period of time? Has it been improved to this level? The Nar is simply crazy, completely crazy. At this moment, it senses the cultivation level of Furukawa. It is no longer the high-level Lord of the Universe it saw last time, but has entered the realm of the title of Lord of the Universe, and are in the same realm as myself. If that's all, that's it. Although it is very difficult to be promoted from the Master of the higher universe to the title of Master of the Universe, it is not impossible for people who are talented in monsters. Question: yes, this kid is not just a newbie with the title of Lord of the Universe. He has already upgraded his cultivation to the power of tens of millions of universe reincarnations. If coupled with the blessing of the original power of the chaotic universe, in terms of strength, it is no less than a Nar. But such a thing is really ridiculous. How long has it been since this kid sealed himself? Although it has no sense of time, what it can be sure of is that it does not even last for a universe of reincarnation.
Arrive.
The time for a universe to reincarnate is simply an eternity for ordinary beings, but for the Lord of the Universe, it is just a nap. But in such a short time, This kid not only stepped into the tidal universe, the realm of the Lord, and it has also raised its own cultivation to such a terrifying level. What kind of joke is this? You must know that as a famous Nar, it has lived for hundreds of millions of years in the universe. In order to improve his cultivation to this level, no one knows how long it took and how many dangers he experienced. But this kid has only lived for so long, not even a universe of reincarnation time. Come on, it can actually improve its cultivation level to a level comparable to its own. If it hadn't witnessed it with its own eyes, it wouldn't have believed it at all, because it was so ridiculous. It shouldn't have fallen for this kid. It's an illusion. The problem is, no matter how it checks, it doesn't detect any traces of illusion on its body. For a moment, the eater doesn't know what to say. Deep in its heart, it is simply shaking. Titled Lord of the Universe? I already was. Nar, you are no longer my opponent. Furukawa stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the Nars calmly. His body was filled with an unfathomable aura, which instantly covered the entire multiverse. No longer your opponent. Hearing this, Nar suddenly laughed, laughing very loudly. Do you think that you have entered the realm of the title of Lord of the Universe and have a cultivation level comparable to mine so that you can compete with me? It's a joke. After all these years, there are people with similar cultivation levels to me who are called Lords of the Universe, but they haven't been killed by me. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1005. Nars also have their own confidence. To be honest, in the cosmic sea, there are many monsters who have reached the peak title of Lord of the Universe, but among the many monsters, the Nar is still the #1 existence, and is the out-and-out overlord of the universe. Even among the lords of the universe at the same level, it is an invincible existence. Apart from the Lord, there are not many lords of the universe who are its opponents. If driven by madness and bloodthirsty, the Nar will burst out with unimaginable fighting power, which cannot be matched by the ordinary Lord of the universe.
Kill.
As soon as the words fell, the Nar took action instantly, and a terrifying domain power burst out from it. It was its unique gnawing domain, covering a distance of hundreds of millions of light years. This gnawing domain seemed to a unique law of heaven and earth has been formed. All laws are invalid in the field of gnawing. Infinite matter will be eaten cleanly, and no bones will be left. Furukawa's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. He sensed the gnawing realm that pervaded the Nar's body. It was like a huge dark realm that swallowed up all light, leaving only endless darkness. He seemed to have entered the stomach of a huge creature was being digested crazily by gastric acid, with nowhere to escape. At this moment, he finally understood why the gnawing field of the Nar was so terrifying. Even the Lord of the Universe, at the same level, could not escape. There is no way to escape from this realm. This is because the Nar has mastered 2 origin words, Na. It is precisely because of these 2 origin words that the Nashus Na field has reached an unprecedented level. In some realms, it seems that they can eat everything in the world, even the laws of the Great Road. He sensed that in the dark realm everywhere, there seemed to be densely packed gnawing insects, which were biting his body crazily, trying to kill him, eat it cleanly. Even if he has the secret treasure of the universe and performs doomsday-level spells, it is difficult to resist the power of eating. This is also the most essential and invincible terrifying ability of the eater. As long as he enters it within the scope of hunting, there is simply nowhere to escape. Be obedient and be eaten by me. The Nar laughed loudly, almost exerting all its strength. This time it will definitely not repeat the same mistake. It will kill this kid completely in an instant, and will never give this kid any chance to use other methods. The reason why it ended up in such a situation is because it was too careless last time. It thought that it was the master of the universe, and the other party was the master of the higher universe. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with it? But it was such an arrogant idea. Only then did he let it fail and be imprisoned in this parallel world for such a long time with no way to leave. He even fell into this kid's terrifying secret technique, gave birth to descendants, and divided his own original power. This is simply make him so angry that he wants to tear Furukawa into pieces. Nar, I said, I am no longer who I was before. I am just gnawing in the realm of food and no longer poses any threat to me. Don't you understand? Furukawa looked at the Nar indifferently, grabbed it with his big hand, and suddenly a black whip was in his hand. The most precious treasure in the universe, the magic whip. Suddenly, the moment the black whip appeared, there was a darkness and a curse, corrosion, corruption, sin, and other auras burst out instantly, filling the chaotic time and space in all directions. It seemed that this black whip turned into a chaotic ancient snake condensed by the power of sin and evil thoughts, and easily penetrated the entire chaotic universe. Infinitely extended.
What?
The Nar's hair stood up. The moment it saw the black whip, it immediately felt the terrifying power of evil thoughts, the power of sin, and the power of pollution. It seems that this black whip, if the power of the black whip's evil thoughts falls on oneself, it will immediately corrode one's body and soul, and completely corrupt one's soul. Although it is called a eater and can eat all materials in the world, it is nothing everything can be eaten. For example, the power of evil thoughts, the power of sin, etc. If these things are eaten, they will definitely suffer from indigestion, and even if they eat too much, they will be poisoned and die. But before the eater can, when he wanted to say something, Furukawa took action. He held the divine whip in his hand, as if he were the supreme reincarnation god emperor, exuding infinite brilliance, but in vain he came to kill with just one whip. With just one whip. Furukawa's 7,000, the power of 5 million cosmic reincarnations, coupled with the power of the origin of the chaotic universe, simply raised his power to the peak of the title of Lord of the Universe. Such a whip bombardment produced endless killing power, which seemed to be able to tear them apart.
Boom.
It was just a whip strike. The originally invincible and invincible gnawing domain was torn to pieces by Furukawa. To be honest, even if I beat them to death, I never thought that I would actually meet this damn mastermind again at this time, and in this place, the damned enemy of life and death. The so-called enemies meet and break up. They are jealous on the outside. Although they are wary of each other, the one they hate most is undoubtedly Furukawa. If it were not for Furukawa, as the famous master of the universe, they would never be imprisoned in this so-called parallel world. They will also not be able to give birth to descendants, splitting their own strength, causing their strength to be greatly damaged. It can be said that over the years, their hatred for Furukawa has been higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. Kill. The exterminator of all things roared angrily. Although it didn't know why Furukawa appeared in this place for no reason. Countless epochs had passed, and this kid had never appeared. He seemed to have disappeared. But no matter what, this is a great opportunity. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. It doesn't know how to crack the parallel world technique, but it knows that as long as it kills the caster, the parallel world technique will be completely disintegrated. It can be said that this is why it is currently so far. It thought of the only way to break it. So the moment it saw Furukawa appear, it was simply ecstatic. It felt that it must not miss this opportunity. Once it wants to kill this kid in this place, escape from this cage. Rumble. In an instant, the exterminator of all creatures appeared. It blasted out with one claw, bursting out billions of lights of extinction, appearing black, and seemed to easily tear apart the chaotic time and space, cutting this piece of time and space into billions of pieces. Vaguely, an infinite web of extinction condensed, covering every corner of this time and space, completely surrounding Furukawa, leaving Furukawa with nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. It seems that any light of extinction can easily cut a universe in half, causing all things to become extinct and no life to survive. It is conceivable that the attack of the exterminator of all things is terrifying. It is definitely the strongest attack of the Master of the Universe. Even the Master of the Universe with the title of the same level is difficult to stop. In fact, this is also a hateful blow from countless epochs. It contains the anger and resentment of Furukawa from the exterminator for many years. It can be regarded as the pinnacle blow. Interesting. Furukawa saw this scene and smiled slightly. He didn't move. He just stood there and looked at the light of extinction that the exterminator of all things was blasting towards him.
Boom.
The next second, the person who was originally standing the Nar next to it took action instantly. It faced it, opened its mouth, and bit it in one bite, displaying the gnawing field.
Boom.
The two forces collided instantly, creating an earth-shattering explosion and roar. The sound almost tore apart this chaotic time and space. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1010. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of the Nar and the Destroyer of all things collided together, and a big explosion occurred, just like the beginning of chaos, which spread across a distance of hundreds of millions of light years in an instant. The chaotic time and space in all directions is like confetti, being easily distorted. Too strong. In the distance, many congressmen who had been stopped by time and space saw this scene. They all took a breath, trembled, and felt a huge shock. It turned out that these doomsday monsters did not really move at all. They just used their with only a negligible power. It is enough to destroy parallel universes. And they actually think very ridiculously that after they continue to improve their power, they may be able to kill these doomsday monsters. Now, it seems that they're still too naive. It is estimated that even if they have merged the clones of the infinite universe, but they are unable to defeat this hopelessly powerful doomsday monster. However, how powerful this mysterious figure is who can fight or even defeat the doomsday monster. Could it be that he really is the god of creation who created the multi-parallel universe? There are endless waves deep in their hearts, but now they are simply unable to move or say anything. Damn it, Nar. What the hell do you want to do? He actually stopped me from killing this kid. The exterminator of all things was shocked and angry. It was simply going crazy. It simply could not understand the behavior of the Nar. Although they did not have a very good relationship with each other, they were companions after all and had a common enemy. They should its only right to join forces to fight against the enemy. But now, this guy actually stopped him from killing Furukawa. It's simply crazy. Even if it wants to break his head, it can't figure out why the Nar would do such a thing. Could it be a betrayal? No. Or is it that the Nar has made some kind of deal with this kid and plans to betray it? The exterminator of all things and the brain eater. For a time, many thoughts emerged deep in its heart. Fellow Taoist, when is the so-called retribution of injustice done? Killing people cannot solve any problem. You might as well put down the butcher knife and convert to our Lord, so that you can be saved. The Nar looked at the All-Exterminator seriously, trying to persuade the All-Exterminator to surrender. After hearing these words, the All-Exterminator was stunned, completely confused, and even more confused than before. Nar, what the hell are you talking about? These words are coming out of your mouth. Are you crazy? In its eyes, the Nar is a cosmic sea monster that is countless times more ferocious than itself. The universe it eats kills more lives than itself. Such an extremely ferocious cosmic sea monster, the monster. Now he actually said that killing people can't solve any problems, and also said that retribution will happen, and even asked himself to put down the butcher knife. It thought that it had fallen into the illusion of Furukawa, otherwise how could such a ridiculous thing happen? When did the Nar turn into such a compassionate and eminent monk? It's like a hungry wolf suddenly turned into a grazing sheep. Especially when I saw the kind eyes of the Nar, I don't know why. It feels like vomiting. A murderous guy has turned into such a virtuous person. It's weird, it's really weird. The exterminator of all things can't use any words to describe his mood at the moment. The one who destroyed all things, if I guess correctly, the one who gnawed was probably transformed. The brain eater's eyes showed a cold light, and it also saw something was wrong with the eater at this moment. The current eater is no longer the Lord of Doom, a cosmic sea monster that carries endless doomsday and brings destruction to all living beings. But it is a devout believer. Although it does not know why the Nar became like this, there is no doubt that the Nar has fallen, completely fallen. The current state is simply more miserable than not knowing whether to die. How many times? Been converted? When the All-Exterminator heard this, he suddenly took a breath of cold air and looked at the Eater and Furukawa with extremely horrified eyes. It suddenly felt shuddering and frightened. You must know that it is the master of the universe with the pinnacle title, the cosmic sea monster that has roamed the universe for hundreds of millions of years, has never done anything, has never experienced anything, and no longer knows what fear is. But now it actually feels a deep fear and fear. It's the rabbit's death and the fox's sorrow. It's not afraid of death, but it's afraid that life would be worse than death, and it would completely lose its reason and will. What did you do? What exactly did you do to the Nar? The exterminator of all creatures roared angrily and stared at Furukawa. It knew that this kid must be responsible. If it weren't for this kid, the Nar would never have become this virtuous. It knew that this kid had always been this way. Disappeared, but suddenly appeared. Nothing good happened. Now that I look at it, it is indeed the case. I didn't do anything. It was just that those who gnawed came to their senses, became enlightened, and realized all their faults and sins, so they willingly took refuge in me and recognized me as their lord. Furukawa roared. Fuck you, motherfucker. The exterminator of all things cursed loudly. How could it be possible for the majestic and peak-level lord of the universe to achieve enlightenment? After reaching this state, the Taoist heart has long been indestructible, and it is impossible for others to shake it. Until now, it is not a lie to talk about great enlightenment. It must be this kid's fault, otherwise the Nar would definitely not be like this. Yes, fellow Taoist, if my lord hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have woken up and realized all the mistakes and sins in the past. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. It's not that I don't want to repay my time. Now I feel extremely peaceful. The Nar clasped his hands together, and his body was filled with golden light. Flowers were falling from the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. It seemed to have transformed into a Buddha, with endless golden runes of faith filling its body, and a series of supreme avenues appeared on its skin. This scripture is unfathomable. It also emits infinite power of transformation. It seems that after listening to this voice of faith, countless lives will be transformed and converted to our Lord in an instant. Calm down the ass. The exterminator of all things went completely crazy and cursed loudly. Nar, you have been transformed. You have been completely transformed. You are a puppet now, a puppet. Wake up quickly. Don't be like this. The kid was deceived. You are no longer the famous eater. You're just a puppet, you know? It tries to wake up the Nars. Transition? No, no, no. This fellow Taoist, my lord, is not transforming me, but enlightening me. Otherwise, I will go astray and be immersed in killing all day long and be unable to extricate myself. You should also be awakened by my lord, take refuge in my lord, and achieve great enlightenment. The Nar looked at the destroyer of all creatures with a sincere face. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 10:11. Awake. Hearing this, the destroyer of all things was so angry that he vomited blood. It earnestly tried to dissuade the eater, telling the eater that it had been transformed, hoping to save the eater from the sea of suffering. But now, not only is this bastard Nar not grateful, but he also wants to dissuade him from converting and make him put down his butcher knife. He even thinks that he is crazy. It can be said that its good intentions have been regarded as useless. What the hell is going on? To be honest, if I hadn't seen this scene with my own eyes, the exterminator would never believe that the Nar would become this virtuous. It's really ridiculous. The exterminator of all things is useless. The Nar is hopeless. It has been completely transformed. Its soul has been completely brainwashed and turned into this kid's puppet. No matter how much you say, it will only be a joke in the eyes of the other party. The Brain Eater said in a deep voice. How can it be? The exterminator of all creatures couldn't believe it. The Nar is the pinnacle title of Lord of the Universe, the true overlord of the universe, and his Tao heart is indestructible. Who can transform it? What a joke. It doesn't believe in such a thing. There is nothing impossible. There once appeared in the universe, see, a person named Lord of the Universe. He was a super wanted criminal. His name was Brainwasher. He had the power to transform all lords of the universe, even the Lord of the Universe. The Brain Eater's eyes showed a cold light. It has swallowed the souls and memories of countless creatures. Of course, it knows the existence of the Brainwasher, the terrifying title of the Master of the Universe. To a certain extent, the Brainwasher is more dangerous than them all. Although the Brainwasher, it is not very powerful in frontal combat, but real battles are not all frontal combat. There will also be sneak attacks and other combat methods. If one is careless, it will be attacked without any resistance and become a Brainwasher puppet. This is the horror of brainwashes, causing the fear of countless masters of the universe. You mean this kid already has the same ability as the Brainwasher, so he can easily transform into the Nar? The exterminator of all things also took a breath and looked at Furukawa in disbelief. The way it looked at Furukawa was completely different now, showing a look of fear. Before, it was just calm and contemptuous, and did not regard Furukawa at all. It took it seriously. But now it was completely different. It immediately regarded Furukawa as an unprecedented, powerful enemy. Because if it also fell into the opponent's transformation technique, it might be completely transformed like the Nar, and then it would be transformed. Became the other party's believer and puppet. If this really happened, it would be better to die. If my guess is correct, this kid has probably raised his cultivation level to the level of being called the Lord of the Universe, and he has at least tens of millions of powers of reincarnation in the universe. In terms of strength alone, he is no less than us. The Brain Eater expressed his guess. Such speculation is not unreasonable. Although it cannot see what Furukawa's strength is now, it can actually be seen from the performance of the Brain Eater. Even if Furukawa has the same transformation power as the Brainwasher, but if the strength is not enough, it is impossible to transform and obtain the pinnacle title of Lord of the Universe like the Nar. But now that Furukawa has done this, it proves that Furukawa already has a brainwashing ability comparable to that of the Brainwasher. The power of the person is even stronger, otherwise it would be impossible to do such a thing. Are you kidding me? How long did it take for you to be promoted to the level of the Lord of the Universe? Your cultivation level can even rival ours? The exterminator of all creatures was simply stunned. He was countless times more shocked than before. Because before fighting them, Furukawa was just the master of the higher universe, possessing the power of hundreds of thousands of universe reincarnations. He was much worse than they didn't know.
Far.
But how much time has passed now? Not even a cosmic reincarnation period has passed, but this kid's cultivation level has been raised to a level comparable to theirs. This joke is really too big. It doesn't believe in anyone's cultivation level at all. The speed of improvement is so fast that it seems like there is no bottleneck. Although it is not clear how he did it, the fact is the fact. No matter how much doubts there are, it is useless. It is no wonder that he dares to appear in front of us again. I am afraid that now he has the power to rival us, and he no longer even wants to kill us, but wants to transform us completely and become his puppets. The Brainwasher's eyes showed a cold light, and he guessed Furukawa's thoughts.
What?
Hearing this, the All-Exterminator was simply shocked and angry. He was just an aboriginal in the past, but he was just an ant that could be killed easily. If they hadn't mastered some weird spells, they would have been killed by it a long time ago. But such natives and ants are not only beginning to be able to fight back against them, they even want to completely transform them, the overlords of the universe, and become the opponent's puppet. How can they accept such a thing? No matter what, they will not allow such a thing to happen. So, what should we do now? The exterminator of all things asked. Escape, you must escape immediately. The Brain Eater said solemnly, it is said that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. We don't know anything about this kid, but this kid knows us well, which is a huge disadvantage in itself. In fact, If we had known about the magical powers this boy possessed before, we would never have fallen into such a situation. However, precisely because we did not understand anything and were careless, we fell into the enemy's trap. So now we must retreat strategically for the time being. Only after we figure out what power this kid has and then fight the opponent can we win. It wants to retreat strategically and then fight to the death with Furukawa. The current situation is really unfavorable to them.
Good.
The exterminator of all things nodded. In fact, it also felt that the current situation was too weird. Even the Gnawers were transformed alive. The development of the matter was really too terrifying. It also wanted to retreat temporarily and carefully discuss what was happening. What's going on? After they figure it out, it won't be too late for them to deal with this kid. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the All-Exterminator and the Brain-Eater looked at each other. Without saying a word, they instantly moved in the same direction. He flew over quickly and immediately wanted to tear apart the void, escape from here, and escape from Furukawa's clutches. Want to escape? I'm afraid you have forgotten where this place is. The place you are in is a parallel world created by me. You are in the palm of my hand. Where can you escape to? Seeing the actions of the destroyer of all things and the Brain-Eater, Furukawa immediately smiled. These two peak titles, the Lord of the Universe, were like monkeys in the hands of Buddha. Even if they wanted to escape, they were in his palm. No matter where he escapes, it is impossible to escape from his grasp. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1012.
Wow.
In an instant, Furukawa grabbed it with his big hand and cast a supreme technique, Chaos Attachment. This is a supreme cause and effect technique he created, and he once used it when fighting against the Zerg Doomsday. Once this technique is used, countless threads of cause and effect can be condensed, which are like ropes and can be locked on the enemy. With a gentle pull, the enemy can be pulled back to oneself. Even if the enemy flees to the ends of the earth, as long as they are locked by this spell, they will have nowhere to escape. What? The next second, the expressions of the All-Exterminator and the Brain-Eater changed drastically. They sensed that dense lines of cause and effect had appeared in their bodies at some point. And these threads of cause and effect are like a big net, locked on their bodies, and at the same time they generate a huge pulling force, making it almost impossible to break free.
Boom.
With Furukawa's gentle pull, the extremely huge bodies of the All-Exterminator and the Brain-Eater were easily pulled back like balloons. How fast they ran away just now. How fast they are coming back now, like kites, already locked by ropes. Damn it, if you want to catch me, no way. The exterminator of all things roared angrily, and a terrifying power of extinction erupted from it. Two origin words deep in the body. Endless origin energy burst out at the moment of extinction. These two origin words alone seem to have mastered all the forces of extinction in the world, and everything in the world are unable to resist these two forces. Even the thread of cause and effect will instantly collapse in the face of the power of extinction. Dong dong dong. In an instant, all things that were bound to them will instantly collapse. The thread of cause and effect on the exterminator broke and shattered inch by inch. The terrifying light of extinction swept across all directions and destroyed everything. Terrifying waves of destruction erupted from it, causing dense cracks and voids to appear in the surrounding chaotic time and space. Broken, like a spider web. Mental cutting. The Brain-Eater is not to be outdone. Terrifying and weird mental fluctuations and soul fluctuations erupt from it. It seems to be a gathering of the souls of countless living beings. And it only has one origin character, that is Brain. But even if it is just one, the origin text also contains endless origin power, which is enough to put it on par with other peak titles, such as the Lord of the Universe.
Wow.
In an instant, countless spiritual blades burst out from the Brain-Eater, containing the infinite edge between reality and reality, is the sword of the spirit. At this moment, it is like billions of flying swords erupting, instantly cutting off all the threads of cause and effect tied to his body, breaking the spell cast by Furukawa. Method. However, Furukawa's move was naturally not to trap them, and he did not believe that his method could capture the two masters of the universe. He was just to temporarily delay the actions of the extinction of all things and the Brain Eater. Delaying a certain amount of time is obviously very successful. Suppression. Furukawa waved his hand and threw out a cosmic secret treasure, the original ancient snake talisman. It is Furukawa's important weapon of faith and gathers the power of faith of countless believers. In an instant, a talisman, it penetrated the chaotic time and space, silently, and bombarded the Brain Eater like this. What? The Brain Eater's face changed drastically, and it felt that its entire body and soul were under extremely heavy pressure, as if it was being hit by chaos. The weight of the infinite beings in the universe is like suppressing it. Even according to the power of its peak title, the Lord of the Universe, facing the weight of this infinite beings, it is impossible to break free for a while, and can only be suppressed in this place, unable to move. In itself, he is not the Lord of the Universe, who is very strong in melee combat. He is just good at using long-range combat and using soul attack techniques. His physical strength is not very strong. Faced with the suppression of this absolute power, he felt it all at once. Extremely heavy power, as if suppressed by a five-finger mountain. This. The Brain Eater stopped in place instantly, as if he was imprisoned in this space-time by the power of the original ancient snake talisman. The chaotic time and space in all directions are bound by the terrifying gravity. Any creature enters the scope of the power of the original ancient snake talisman. They were all unable to move. They were pinned down in the void, unable to even blink. Damn it, break it for me. Break it for me. Break it for me. The Brain Eater roared angrily, with eyes split open. He used the vast power of cosmic reincarnation in his body, trying to break free from the shackles of the primitive ancient snake talisman and escape from this place. However, any power that burst out from it was blocked by the primitive ancient snake talisman. The snake talisman was easily resisted, all spells were eliminated, and it had reached the state of invulnerability. Even the more the Brain Eater struggled, the more powerful the original ancient snake talisman became. Vaguely, the original ancient snake talisman became more powerful. Deep inside the snake talisman, countless saints are sitting cross-legged on the ground, chanting scriptures, and huge power of faith is permeating from their bodies. Every ray of power of faith is extremely huge, and it is constantly adding up. This also makes the weight of the original ancient snake talisman more and more terrifying. It has surpassed the weight of one chaotic universe, and is at least on par with the weight of 10 chaotic universes. Even as time goes by, the weight of the original ancient snake talisman becomes more and more terrifying. It is getting heavier and heavier, and the endless light of faith eliminates all the magic power of the Brain Eater. No matter how hard the Brain Eater struggles, it is difficult to escape the suppression of the original ancient snake talisman. How can it be? It's just a talisman, but it suppressed me, the Brain Eater. What a joke. The Brain Eater felt that his mentality was completely broken. I think back then they were chasing Furukawa and killed him to pieces. They were unable to resist. No matter how Furukawa used his spells, they could not hurt them at all. Even if it was used the art of parallel worlds to imprison them in this place, but it is only imprisoned. In fact, they themselves did not suffer any harm. But now, just using a talisman can actually suppress it. In the chaotic void, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not move. The contrast between the two situations was simply unacceptable to it. It seems that the power of the original ancient snake talisman is getting stronger and stronger. Even the master of the universe with the title of Peak can now suppress it temporarily and make the opponent unable to move. Seeing this situation, Furukawa suddenly felt very satisfied. The power of the original ancient snake talisman was enough to suppress the ordinary Lord of the Universe, but now it has the power of faith of all the believers of the Brainwasher, and even transformed into Na. The pinnacle title of Lord of the Universe is the Eater. It can be imagined that the power of faith deep inside the original ancient snake talisman has increased geometrically compared to before, which also makes the original ancient snake talisman's faith important. The power of the weapon has reached a level that has never been seen in ancient times. Even if it is the master of the universe with the pinnacle title of Brain Eater, it is absolutely impossible to get rid of the suppression of the original ancient snake talisman in a short time. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1013. Damn it, I'll fight you. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the exterminator of all things contracted. It is a cosmic sea monster that has lived for countless years. It has experienced countless battles and has extremely rich combat experience. In just a moment, it knowing that no matter what, he can't escape from Furukawa's hands. After all, they are trapped in this magic. Even if they escape to the ends of the world, it will only be between Furukawa's thoughts, and it will just be a waste of energy for no reason, which will affect the battle situation. There is no help. It can be said that the only way to win now is to fight to the death with Furukawa and even kill this guy. Only then will there be a chance of survival. If even the Brain Eater is completely defeated by this kid if it transforms, then it is completely finished. If it is not killed, it will definitely be transformed into a puppet, and life is worse than death.
Boom.
In an instant, the destroyer of all creatures became evil and stopped. He blasted towards Furukawa, and an extremely terrifying realm of extinction erupted from his body. It seemed that in this realm, everything in the world had been exterminated, and even the universe was in a state of collapse and doomsday, with everything being strangled.
Clean.
Blah blah. Billions of trillions of lights of extinction blasted away within the domain, seemingly forming a peerless array that instantly covered hundreds of millions of light-years of chaotic time and space near Furukawa. In this era of extinction in front of the light, everything seemed to be cut into pieces. All the breath of life was plundered cleanly, and even any substance was strangled into residue.
Boom.
At this moment, Furukawa took action in vain and killed him with one punch, the supreme boxing technique, Divine Fist of Destiny. This is one of the 3 major techniques he created before, and it is also his strongest boxing technique so far. It brings together the power of destiny of all living beings to create the most powerful punch. In an instant, this punch blasted out, as if a torrent of infinite destiny had gathered together. The destinies of princes, generals, ministers, slaves, and soldiers were all gathered together. Even world after world, universe after universe. The power of destiny also gathered in this torrent of destiny, forming the long river of destiny. It is obvious that as time goes by, the power of Furukawa's boxing becomes more and more terrifying. Especially when his cultivation level has increased to 7,500 when the power of reincarnation of the universe was unleashed. The power of this boxing technique increased more than 10 times compared to the original battle with the undead. When the punch struck, it followed the path of destiny and the enemy was basically unavoidable and unstoppable. This is a punch from the avenue of destiny, and this is also a punch that must be hit.
What?
In an instant, the hairs of the exterminator stood on end, and he felt a huge crisis, as if there was a life and death crisis. Like an attack, it has killed countless lives and countless universes, so it naturally knows what it feels like at the moment when creatures die. And now it has a similar feeling. It feels as if it is being watched by the god of destiny. Far away it came with a punch, and no matter where it was hiding, it could not avoid this blow. It could be said that in the face of such a terrifying blow, it could only choose to resist, and there was no other way. The problem is that even if it resists hard, it doesn't have any confidence. Just like a rabbit facing a tiger's hunting, it feels weak and helpless. What kind of boxing technique is this?
How can it be so terrifying?
Is this the power of fate? The exterminator of all things was shocked. It had been alive for such a long time, and this was the first time it had seen such a terrifying boxing technique. This punch came with a blast, and it could not be avoided. What was even more terrifying was the power of the boxing technique, the strength of the boxing technique. It is crushed one after another. This is not an ordinary fist force, but the power of fate erosion. It is like the power of fate of countless sentient beings constantly superimposed together, resulting in the power of fate erosion. This kind of power can simply crush everything. It claims to be the destroyer of all things and can destroy all things in the world, but compared with the corrosive power of fate, it is still far behind. This power from fate can truly destroy everything. The destiny of destroying all living beings, ending the world, ending the universe, bringing the end of everything. Of course, this also includes the one who destroys all things. Damn it, the ants back then have actually grown to this point today. What a joke. The exterminator simply couldn't believe the scene he saw. Even though it had lived for countless years, had seen many masters of the universe, and had seen many amazing geniuses, it had never seen an indigenous person who could. It was beyond its imagination to grow to this point so quickly.
Boom.
The next second, its body received a solid punch, and the power of the fist of destiny directly hit its body. On the body, the entire realm of extinction was shattered in an instant. The endless fluctuations of fate crushed parallel universes, causing the surrounding chaotic void to be shattered into confetti, creating shattered glass-like fragments. It was in a torn state. Its originally powerful immortal body was also counterattacked by the corrosive power of fate at this moment, erupting into layers of terrifying fluctuations of fate, instantly damaging its internal organs and even its soul. No! The exterminator of all things couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. It saw with its own eyes that its chest had been punched, showing a clearly visible punch mark, which hit it so hard that its chest touched its back. It frightened it even more. What's strange is that such punching power penetrated all directions of its body, and the two origin words that were closely related to it were extinction. At this moment, it was also under the power of this punch, and was blown away in an instant. It can be said that the punch not only severely damaged its body, but also knocked the two origin characters out of its body. Even the spiritual connection between it and the two origin characters was under this punch. It was shaken to pieces, torn apart, and completely torn apart. Good baby. Furukawa grabbed the two origin characters that were trying to fly in his hand and instantly caught them.
Boom.
But these two origin characters still struggled hard, as if they didn't want to be controlled by anyone, and there was a terrible feeling from them. The aura of extinction produced a terrible power of extinction. But no matter what, from now on, the entire parallel universe and countless worlds will begin to spread the legend of the god of creation, as well as those in the legend. The story of a doomsday monster. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1018.
Whoosh.
At this time, Furukawa's figure flashed, and he returned to the palace of Chaos City in the Six Paths universe. At this moment, he has transformed all the peak universe masters such as the Nar, the destroyer of all things, and the Brain Eater. It can be said that there is no need for him to continue to stay in the origin of the Six Paths universe and continue to suppress these three masters of the universe. He is completely free from this dilemma, and his true body can appear anywhere. Therefore, he also returned to the palace in Chaos City. This is also his only residence in the Six Paths universe, which is equivalent to a cave-like existence.
Boom tilde tilde.
I saw a ball of light appearing in Furukawa's hand. It was filled with endless chaotic light, shining brightly, exuding endless power, unfathomable. And deep inside this light ball, there are layers upon layers, and it seems that countless parallel universes live in it, and countless lives also live in it. The result is obvious. This ball of light is the art of parallel world. It can be said that after transforming into the three peaks and becoming the lord of the universe, Furukawa no longer needs to continue to maintain this parallel world technique. Normally speaking, once the power of Furukawa is lost, this parallel world technique will collapse and dissipate, disappearing into the chaotic void like a bubble. After all, this is just an illusion, even if this illusion is extremely realistic. But this parallel world technique has evolved, and has evolved from a single technique into a truly multi-parallel universe, giving birth to countless real lives. It can be said that it is already a universe. Because of this, Furukawa took this magic technique and placed it in his study. By the way, there is still a lamp missing in the study. Furukawa touched his chin, waved his hand, and immediately hung the ball of light on a shelf in the study room, serving as a lamp in the study room.
Crash.
In an instant, the ball of light bloomed softly. White light spreads all over the entire study. If anyone sees this scene, they will definitely be stunned. A lamp in this study is actually a multi-parallel universe. It is simply incredible. In fact, this study is not just this one. It is just a desk lamp, and they're also densely packed books. These books are all books of magical powers created by Furukawa. Each book of magical powers contains earth-shattering power. Once opened, it is a world which contains records about the Great Road, the infinite mysteries of law. In a while, the Six Paths contest for gods will be over, so we must make some preparations in advance. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. Once the Six Paths contest for gods is over and the Six Paths universe gathers 360 gods, then his cultivation will be instantly upgraded to the peak realm of the Lord of the Universe. And the Six Paths of Reincarnation will also evolve to a new height with unprecedented power. But in this way, it will definitely attract the attention of the ruler of the Eternal River. When the time comes, he will have to face an invincible enemy. This is an unprecedented enemy. Faced with, he must be fully prepared for such an enemy, otherwise he will definitely die. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Furukawa flashed to a nearby quiet room, sat cross-legged on a futon, and began to practice in seclusion, get up, and slowly realize the power of the origin of chaos. At this moment, in the Six Paths universe, the time for the end of the Six Paths God War is getting closer and closer, and all living beings in the Six Paths also feel the chilling atmosphere that the war for gods is about to end. Of course, the vast majority of sentient beings in the Six Paths do not have the ability to compete for the righteous gods of the Six Paths. They can only become melon eaters and watch the superior god emperors fight and kill each other. Calculating the time, the Six Paths contest for gods has been going on for an extremely long time, and it is almost time to end. I wonder who will be the first to get the position of Six Paths true god. A god said solemnly. Do you even need to ask? It must be the strongest god Zero in the Machine Clan. It is also recognized as the second strongest person in the Six Paths universe. No one can defeat it except the Lord of the City. Some gods highly admire Zero, the god of the Machine Tribe, and believe that he must be the first candidate to win the position of the Six Paths true god this time. Other than that, there is no other choice. Uncertain. Another god shook his head. Although Lord Zero is incredibly powerful, seizing the supreme universe does not necessarily mean you are powerful. It also depends on special means. Indeed, although some gods are powerful in combat, they may not be very good at understanding the laws of the Great Road. The problem is that Master Ling is the most powerful god in the Machinery Clan. He has computing power comparable to the laws of the Great Tao. His cultivation is earth-shattering, and he has almost comprehended the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. Who dares to say that he does not have special means and a strong talent for cultivation? Indeed, to describe Mr. Zero in one sentence, it would be perfect, with no flaws to be found at all. It was simply a perfect plan. Perhaps its only flaw is its lack of emotion. It is as ruthless as the Great Tao and is proficient in calculations. However, this may also be its advantage. It is precisely because it does not have much emotion that it creates its perfect strength. This is also a common problem among mechanical gods. Their powerful computing power means that they do not have much emotion. Once you have feelings, it will definitely affect the calculation speed. Every gain is bound to be a loss. This is indeed the case, but although the Machine Clan is an ancient clan of chaos demon gods, created by the city lord himself, there are still many powerful chaos demon gods among the six paths, and they may not lose to the machine clan. It is true. For example, the Angel Clan, Titan Clan, etc. are all ancient mythical clans, and their clan leader is the ancient chaos demon god. He has been lurking for a long time. Who knows what kind of power will burst out? These ancient existences cannot be underestimated. Watch for. Even though he said that, Master Ling has still stood firm from ancient times to the present, ruling the first race among the six realms without any dispute. No one dares to say anything. Many gods were talking about it. They all expressed their opinions, and the discussion was very heated. Although Master Ling has great hope of becoming the first six paths true god, I think the greatest hope may lie with the disciples of the Lord of the City. A god changed the topic. After all, they are the disciples of the Lord of the City, and they have obtained the true inheritance of the Lord of the City. Maybe they have already understood the secrets, and naturally they are one step ahead of others and get there first. Of course, even if they have not obtained any secrets of the six paths of God contest, just relying on their own talents and strength, they are no less than any ancient chaos demon god. He feels that the direct disciple of the Lord of Chaos has great hope. After all, he is right next to the Lord of the City. Who knows if he has opened a small stove or something? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1019. Indeed. Hearing this, some gods couldn't help but nod. Although these city lords' direct disciples are rising stars, their talents are not weaker than any chaos demon god, and now their cultivation is even better than the latecomers. Reaching the perfect state of the God Emperor, no less than any ancient chaos demon god, their hopes are naturally great. He also agreed with the god's opinion just now. I also know that the disciples of Lord City Lord are naturally very promising, but Lord City Lord has 8 disciples, namely Dao Tianzuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, Zhuani Taoist, Jingyin Taoist, Niwa, Fuxi, and Jin Yuanzi, and so on. All of them are perfect gods and emperors. Who is the first? Some god asked this question. Do you even need to ask? He must be the eldest disciple of Lord City Lord, Dao Tianzuan. He is the leader of Lord City Lord's disciples. His cultivation level is unfathomable and cannot be matched by other disciples. No, I think Yuanshi Tianzuan is the most powerful. His talent is to penetrate the heart of heaven. He can learn everything in one go, and he can even draw inferences from one instance. Who can compare with him? Just because you are good at learning does not mean you are strong enough. When it comes to fighting, who can compare to Lingbao Tianzuan? Everyone must have experienced the power of his 4 god-killing swords, and it is by no means an unearned reputation. Taoist Zhuanti and Taoist Jane are also very powerful. They are proficient in the avenue of cause and effect, and their cultivation is earth-shattering. I don't think they are weaker than anyone else. Niwa and Fuxi are also very terrifying. It is said that they have subdued all the beast emperors in the animal world and made them bow their heads. Who can do such a thing? As for Jin Yuanzi, although he is a low-key person, the earthly immortal world he created accommodates countless casual cultivators, and he founded a transcendent casual cultivator organization in one fell swoop, which is no small feat. The gods were talking a lot, and they couldn't stop arguing. After all, they all had their own reasons. No matter what, these 8 direct disciples of the Chaos City Lord are all extraordinary, and they all have the hope of becoming the first six-path righteous god.
Boom.
That's it. At this time, the entire six-path universe suddenly shook, and a huge chaotic sound resounded. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the ground, and countless chaotic phenomena emerged. Almost all sentient beings in the 6 paths sensed such a chaotic sound, as if the heaven and earth everyone celebrated it.
Wow.
A terrifying source of power surged out, like a tide, sweeping across the entire 6-path universe and affecting countless worlds in the 6 realms. At the same time, a supreme universe was completely integrated into it. In the six-path universe, it became part of the six-path universe, was completely swallowed up by the six-path universe, and merged into the six-path reincarnation. Was born, the first six paths true God was finally born. One of the gods couldn't help shouting, extremely excited. They had waited for a long time, experienced countless battles, and finally gave birth to the first six paths true God. Who is it? Who is the first god among the six reincarnations? Many gods are shouting, frantically searching for who has become the first god in the six paths of reincarnation. Although the position of number one may not necessarily be the most powerful god, there must be something extraordinary about being number one. Enough to attract the attention of countless gods. Not Lord Ling, nor the moral heavenly lord, nor the Lingbao heavenly lord, nor the disciple of Lord City Lord, but a chaos demon god. A god seemed to sense something and immediately shouted, "She is the vice president of the World Bank and one of the leaders of the plant-based chaos demon god, Lord Xingguangko."
What?
As soon as these words came out, countless gods were shocked. They couldn't believe what they heard. The first god born in the six reincarnations was actually the plant-based demon Xingguangko, although they also know that as ancient chaos demon gods, their background is unfathomable and cannot be compared with other god emperors, but the plant demon god has been too low-key recently. Perhaps this has something to do with their character as plants. He has a relationship and has no fight with the world. He just likes to find a place to stay quietly and never wants to compete with other beings. It can be said that the plant demon can live in peace with any god. After all, there is no particularly big interest between the two parties. Conflict they are also welcomed by countless forces. It is really incredible that Lord Xingguangko became the first six paths true god. A god was in disbelief. Although Lord Xingguangko is accompanying the Lord of the City and is one of the oldest demon gods in chaos, her combat power is not the most powerful, and she has not even taken action a few times. To be honest, it's not just that it doesn't believe it, even other gods don't believe it. After all, the plant demon god is not a race known for its combat power, and it rarely leaves any glorious achievements. Especially the chaos demon god Starlight Grass, who is as the ancient chaos demon god, ordinary gods have rarely seen her take action. They have only witnessed her existence in legends. Yes, since Lord World Tree and Lord Star Tree disappeared, World Bank has kept a low profile. Other plant-based demon gods have taken over, but they have not made any big moves. Although so far, the World Bank is still a behemoth that runs through the Six Paths universe, but compared to other forces, it is actually much inferior. Indeed, if it is Lord World Tree or Lord Star Tree, becoming the first six paths true god is truly worthy of the title. Even Lord Zero may not be able to compare with it. But it is said that Lord World Tree and Lord Star Tree were taken away by the Lord of the City a long time ago. They left the Six Paths universe and went to the world outside of chaos. They are still missing. Even the plant-based demons don't know where they went. But no matter what, since it is the decision of the Lord of the City, I am afraid that this is an unimaginable huge opportunity. It is estimated that the strength of Lord World Tree and Lord Star Tree has improved to an unimaginable level. Yes, I originally thought that without these two leaders, the Plant Demon God would not be able to rise again, but now it seems that the Plant Demon God series is still unfathomable. Any Chaos Demon God that appears can be condensed. The Six Paths God, becoming the first righteous god among the six paths. It seems that our guesses are all wrong. The water in the Six Paths universe is really too deep. There are too many ancient beings hiding. The appearance of anyone can shock the heavens. I don't know what method Master Xingguangko used to condense the six realms of gods and seize the supreme universe. There are 1 and 2. Now that the first six paths true god has been condensed, I believe that the second and third six paths true gods will appear soon. Many gods were talking about it, and all of them were extremely emotional, and they were all in awe of the legendary plant-based demon. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1020. XX Supreme Universe. At this moment, the entire Supreme Universe has undergone earth-shaking changes. Every planet, every world, and every piece of land is covered with lush starlight grass. Every weed is shining, blooming with little starlight, containing rich star power, as if the entire universe has turned into a huge grassland, full of vitality. And there is also a weed growing deep in the origin of this supreme universe. Its roots are rooted in every corner of the entire supreme universe, absorbing the original energy of this supreme universe. This weed is star grass. It can be said that at this time, she has upgraded her cultivation to the realm of the primary universe master, completely understood the laws of the 3,000 avenues, and completely transcended the perfect realm of the God Emperor. Have I succeeded in seizing the body? Xianxia opened her eyes at this moment, with a confused look on her face. She sensed the huge source information instilled by the origin of the Supreme Universe. It seemed that all the laws and secrets of the entire Supreme Universe were presented before her eyes. She was the only one in this Supreme Universe. She is the master, controls everything, and all life is under her rule. At this moment, her power is so powerful that it is outrageous. Compared with before, one is in the sky, and the other is on the earth. It is a huge difference. There is a different difference. She knows that at this time, she has broken through to the realm of the God Emperor and has been promoted to the realm of the primary universe Lord. This is the true realm of transcendence, and she can escape outside the chaotic universe. To be honest, Starlight Grass itself did not expect that she would succeed in seizing the Supreme Universe so quickly. After she was reincarnated into this Supreme Universe, she did nothing else but plant Starlight Grass. In fact, this is the instinct of Starlight Grass. Every time she comes to in a strange place, I want to occupy every territory crazily and plant my own Starlight Grass on the entire land. There are green prairie everywhere. At the same time, because of the tenacious vitality of Starlight Grass, it has inherited a trace of the blood of the Chaos Demon God. This has also caused Starlight Grass to grow crazily in this Supreme Universe, everywhere. Even in the starry sky, there are a large number of Starlight Grass growing. Even if there is no water, just bathing in starlight and sunshine, such weeds it is easy to reproduce. This is the characteristic of the Stargrass family. Its vitality is much more tenacious than other creatures. Even if it is completely burned by the fire, it will still grow rapidly the next year. This is the so-called wildfire that cannot burn at all. The spring breeze blows again. It is precisely because of this that the Starlight Grass clan began to take root crazily in this supreme universe. By the time other Chaos Demon gods discovered it, the entire Supreme Universe was already the territory of the Starlight Grass clan, covering every corner of the Supreme Universe. In the corner, as the Chaos Demon God of the Xianxia family, Xianxia naturally gained the recognition of the origin of the entire Supreme Universe and was recognized by all living beings. Therefore, Xianxia found the origin of the Supreme Universe in a daze and easily seized the body of the Supreme Being. The original will of the universe has become the master of this Supreme Universe. If other Chaos Demon gods knew this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Others have worked hard and spent countless efforts, but they may not be able to successfully seize the Supreme Universe, but Xianxia succeeded in a daze, which is really irritating. Although I don't know what happened, I actually succeeded in seizing the Supreme Universe. Then wouldn't I be able to become the true god of 6 paths? Xianxia blinked his eyes, very excited.
Boom.
In an instant, the entire Supreme Universe began to shake, and countless black and white tentacles appeared in all directions, easily penetrating the entire Supreme Universe and integrating into the law of the Great Avenue. This it was as if countless huge tentacles had grasped the Supreme Universe. And these tentacles were the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the Starlight Grass succeeded in seizing the Supreme Universe, the 6 paths of reincarnation also successfully completely eliminated the original power of the Supreme Universe. Erosion. Almost instantly, the entire Supreme Universe has undergone earth-shaking changes. Its laws of the Great Avenue have been completely changed and transformed into the laws of 6 reincarnations.
Wow.
At the same time, the true spirits of all life in this Supreme Universe, in an instant, he was integrated into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the life in this universe was instantly transformed into 6 paths of beings, possessing the ability to reincarnate. The 6 paths of reincarnation gained the original energy of the entire Supreme Universe, and also gained tremendous evolution, and countless the benefits.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, the entire Supreme Universe was instantly compressed. Under the power of the 6 reincarnations, it suddenly condensed into a dark golden crystal. It exuded holiness, greatness, chaos, and unfathomable. The aura seems to be the supreme crystal formed by the law of the Great Road, containing unpredictable mysterious power. This dark golden crystal is the god of the 6 paths. What's this? Xingguangco blinked her eyes, stretched out her hand and gently grabbed it, and the dark golden crystal instantly merged into her body and entered the depths of her sea of consciousness.
Wow.
The next second, she felt something from this deep inside the dark golden crystal. A huge message of law is instilled. Congratulations on attaining the status of a celestial god. This is one of the 6 righteous gods, the god of love and fertility. A mysterious sound of chaos sounded in the depths of the sea of consciousness of Xingguangco, which seemed to tell her that she had obtained the divine position of one of the 6 righteous gods. And this divine position was formed by the 6 paths of reincarnation using the original power of the entire Supreme Universe. It contains incredible divine power and is endowed with the power of gods, god of love and fertility. Xingguangco immediately understood what kind of divine position she had obtained. To put it simply, with her position, all the love and fertility of all living beings in the world are under her jurisdiction. Perhaps it is because of the strong vitality of Xingguangco itself. There is also a relationship with fertility, which is why such a special 6-path god has been condensed. But there is no doubt that such power is extremely powerful. She can easily control the fate of countless men and women in the world, making them evil. She falls in love by accident. She can even make all sentient beings in the 6 paths procreate wildly. Even lives that are originally infertile can give birth to descendants under the influence of such power. This is the power of the 6 paths true god. Can do all kinds of incredible things, distort ordinary people's common sense, surpass the ordinary laws of the Great Road, and master the power of origin. What's this? In an instant, Xingguangco found that red ropes appeared in her hands, which seemed to contain incredible power of cause and effect. She understood at once that this was the 6 paths of reincarnation that condensed countless original laws. Coupled with the original power of the Supreme Universe, the artifact created, the Rope of Karma. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 10:21. Karmic Rope? Xingguangco blinked her eyes. She could sense how powerful this artifact was. It had surpassed the level of the Chaos Treasure and reached the level of the secret treasure of the universe. This rope contained the supreme power of cause and effect, pulling the strings of countless lives. Karma. If 2 people are destined to have a rope of karma tied to their bodies, they will naturally become lovers or husband and wife. This rope can even split into countless roots, forming an intertwined web of karma that covers the entire 6-path universe and countless lives. On the body. Basically, any life with a soul must have a rope of karma on the body. And this is also closely related to her divine status. Of course, the power of this artifact is not just that, it is also a bondage. Once the artifact is entangled in the rope of karma, it is almost impossible to break free. Moreover, It contains immortal properties and is basically impossible to destroy. With this artifact, it is easy to capture or trap the enemy. One thing. No way, I actually have a second artifact on me? But Xingguangco soon discovered that she was not just pregnant with an artifact. She blinked her eyes and found that she seemed to be pregnant with a second artifact, the Pot of Life. This was an ordinary. The pot looks no different from other pots, but it breathes a steady stream of fertility water, containing infinite vitality. It can be said that this artifact does not have any offensive ability, it only has one ability, and that is the power of fertility. Whether you are a man or a woman, as long as you take the water from such a pot of life, you can give birth to new life. At the same time, any injuries on the body that are close to death can be quickly recovered. Basically, it can not only make life the child, can also restore the injuries to the body and soul of countless lives. It has the same effect even on the Lord of the Universe, and is extremely powerful. It is a cosmic secret treasure condensed by a priest of starlight grass. It is precisely because its function is so simple, extreme, so the effect is extremely powerful. If the masters of the universe in the origin continent know the existence of this artifact, they will definitely be extremely crazy. After all, after reaching the realm of the master of the universe, they will rarely be injured, even if they are injured, and will recover quickly. The problem is that once injured, it is almost irreparable damage. Ordinary elixirs and elixirs have no effect at all. There are only a handful of elixirs that can cure the lords of the universe, and every one of them is extremely valuable, and the Pot of Life actually has an effect on the Lord of the Universe's injuries. That is absolutely earth-shattering news and makes people crazy. It can be said that with these two artifacts, the Rope of Karma and the Fountain of Life, Starlight Grass has become the god of love and fertility in the Six Paths universe, possessing extremely powerful divine power. Wait, I seem to be able to mobilize part of the original power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Xingguangco senses that there is huge power in her body, and she can even communicate with some of the original power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the endless reincarnation energy. Once this reincarnation energy is used, her combat power will increase at a geometric speed. Improvement. Although she is only in the realm of the primary universe lord and only possesses the power of one universe of reincarnation, if she uses the original power of the six reincarnations, she can even rival the existence of the first-level intermediate universe lord. This is the huge role of the Six Paths divine position is equivalent to being assisted and blessed by the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the most precious cosmic treasure, which makes the power of the Six Paths true God show a huge improvement, which is simply not comparable to the ordinary Lord of the Universe. She felt that if she, when the fist strikes out, it seems to erupt with the terrifying power of reincarnation. It can instantly tear the enemy's body and soul to pieces and send him completely into reincarnation. No, the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is not just that, it can also assist in practice. Xingguang's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. As she continued to communicate with the original power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, she found that a huge amount of original energy instilled from the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation was surging deep in her body. And if this original energy relied on her hard training, I don't know how long it will take to obtain it, but with the help of Six Paths of Reincarnation, her cultivation has made rapid progress. In terms of cultivation efficiency alone, she has surpassed ordinary elementary masters of the universe by more than 100 times. Changed from a perspective, when she became the true god of the Six Paths, she actually became an official in the Six Paths of Reincarnation. She was responsible for maintaining the security and order of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Naturally, the Six Paths of Reincarnation had to provide officials with remuneration and assist in their practice.
Yes.
Said that the two actually complement each other and are indispensable. No wonder it is so important to become the true god of the Six Paths. If you are an ordinary elementary universe master, you may not have such preferential treatment at all, and your cultivation speed and cultivation resources cannot be so much. Xingguangco suddenly realized that she finally understood why the position of the Six Paths Righteous God was so important.
The so,
Called Cultivation among the Six Gates, shows the importance of the backstage. How could those common people in the world be as good as those cultivated by the imperial court? Top masters, whether it is cultivation inheritance or cultivation resources, are not at the same level at all. The same principle is true. After becoming the Six Paths True God, not only can you have some of the original power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, but you can also use the Six Paths of Reincarnation to devour chaos. Use the power to assist your practice. In this way, both combat effectiveness and practice efficiency can be greatly improved, which is simply not comparable to other ordinary universe masters. Moreover, such official positions are not unlimited, just there are only 365, so-called carrots and pits. Once occupied, it is impossible for others to get it. At this moment, she finally knew how lucky she was. Fortunately, it was the first time for the Six Paths to fight for gods. After this time, it is estimated that it is difficult to say whether there will be a second time. After all, gods have endless lifespans. If they do not fall, they will always have this divine position, and it is naturally impossible for others to occupy this position. Unless all gods fall only, then could she launch the second Six-Path God War. But if she wanted all the gods to fall completely, she couldn't imagine what a terrible disaster it would be. By the way, now that I have become the righteous god of Six Paths, can I not go to the Lord of the City and inquire about the whereabouts of Lord World Tree and Lord Star Tree? At this time, Xingguangco's eyes showed a glimmer of excitement. To be honest, the reason why she participated in the Six Paths God contest this time was not for the Six Paths God position, but just wanted to know the whereabouts of the World Tree and the Star Tree. After all, the World Tree and the Stars Shu has been away from the Six Paths universe for too long, and has not come back until now. There is still no news, no whereabouts, no life or death. Originally, she wanted to ask the Lord of Chaos City, but the problem is that Furukawa has been in retreat recently, and she cannot contact him at all. There is no way to contact them, so naturally they cannot know the whereabouts of the two bosses. But now that she has become the Six Paths True God, Furukawa will definitely appear again, and then she will have the opportunity to ask about the traces of the World Tree and the Star Tree. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1022. At this time in the Six Paths universe, the gods are still in shock. I never expected that the first Six Paths True God would be Master Xingguangco. It was really unexpected. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. Lord Xingguangco is also an ancient chaos demon god. It is said that she has followed the Lord of the City for countless years. She has been there since the birth of Chaos City. Her background is unfathomable and cannot be compared with other chaos demon gods. It's no surprise that we have the current achievements. Indeed, it can only be said that these ancient chaos demon gods have never done any earth-shattering deeds before. However, their cultivation is earth-shattering, unfathomable, and not so easy to provoke. It seems that the World Bank is indeed one of the three transcendent forces in the Six Paths universe. The ancient existence that can control this transcendent force must not be underestimated in any way. It's a pity that Lord World Tree and Lord Star Tree disappeared for who knows how long. Otherwise, there would be no suspense about the number one position of the Six Paths Righteous God. It is said that they have been taken away from the Six Paths universe by the Lord City Lord a long time ago and went to the world outside of chaos. They may have obtained immeasurable opportunities. The gods are all talking about it. They are still shocked that Xingguangco has become the first Six Paths True God because this is beyond their expectations. But if you think about it carefully, this is actually reasonable. After all, who knows what kind of special trump cards such an ancient existence has? Wait, the second Six Paths True God seems to be born too. Suddenly, a god roared, as if it had discovered something, and it looked extremely frightened.
What?
How come it is so fast? How long is the interval? Are they coming one after another? Indeed, it was so fast. The two were only a few minutes apart. Who is it who has become the second Six Paths true god? All the gods were shocked. They knew that the second Six Paths true god would appear sooner or later, but they never expected that it would appear so quickly. After all, the first Six Paths true god had just been born, and the second one actually appeared. When it came, there was almost no time for anyone to breathe, which was really incredible. They were all extremely curious. Who became the second Six Paths true god? Lord Pumashu. It was Lord Pumashu who became the second Six Paths true god. A god seemed to sense something and immediately shouted. He knew the identity of the second Six Paths true god.
What?
Another plant demon, the vice president of the World Bank. It's not surprising at all that it's Master Pumashu. All the gods suddenly realized that this was a matter of course. Of course, after the World Tree and the Star Tree disappeared in the Six Paths universe, the most important reason why the World Bank is still firmly in the hands of the plant-based demon is that it's the Poo Demon Tree. Because the Poo Demon Tree's combat power is so powerful, apart from the World Tree and the Star Tree, it is known as the strongest plant system chaos demon god, with earth-shattering strength. Unlike other plant system demon gods, Pumashu's personality is the most active and belligerent. She often fights with other chaos demon gods, and the fights are overwhelming. It is said that she left a great record in the Giant Axe Arena, which can never be erased. There are simply countless gods defeated by the demon goddess Pu. Of course, this magic weapon is extremely powerful and special. It is the main magic weapon, Fenban. It is said that this is a treasure at the level of the Chaos Treasure. It has self-awareness, knows how to cultivate itself, and controls hundreds of millions of magic weapons. It is no different from real life. But even so, the cultivation of magic weapons is much more difficult than that of other beings. They basically reach their peak when they debut, and it is difficult for them to surpass their peak state. If they want to break through, they don't know how much more price and effort they have to pay than ordinary people. Blood and sweat, so the magic weapons in the magic world have always been coveted by other powers. Unfortunately, under the protection of Fenban, no one can succeed. I don't know. Before, Master Fenbaoyan didn't show off her integrity. I thought she chose to give up. I didn't expect that she managed to seize the origin of the Supreme Universe without knowing it. It's really unbelievable. But no matter what, success is success and cannot be argued with. If Fenbaoyan succeeds in seizing the supreme origin of the universe, how high will Master Fenbaoyan's cultivation level be improved? Could it be that he is promoted from the treasure of chaos to the level of the secret treasure of the universe? To be honest, it is not impossible. If it is true, then Master Fenbaoyan is probably the first magic weapon in history to break through to the secret treasure level of the universe by himself. I don't know how powerful her strength will be after she breaks through to the level of the secret treasure of the universe, and how different it will be compared to other Six Paths true gods. The gods were talking a lot. They were all shocked that Fenbaoyan had succeeded in seizing the supreme origin of the universe. After all, even if they tried hard, they never expected that a magic weapon could actually become the god of Six Paths. This was really shocking. But the magic weapon, after hearing the news, many magic weapons in the world were all ecstatic. Haha, it worked. Master Fenbaoyan finally succeeded. Sure enough, it was not in vain for us to spend all our energy to help Master Fenbaoyan seize the Supreme Universe. It was all worth it. As long as there is a god of Six Paths, then our world of magic weapons will be worry-free. No one can covet our world of magic weapons and our family of magic weapons. Master Fenbaoyan was able to successfully break through, which means that the ultimate cultivation method for our magic weapon family has finally appeared. Each of us has the opportunity to step into the level of the secret treasure of the universe and become an unimaginable magic weapon. Many magic weapons are very excited. For them, this is simply a great good thing. It is equivalent to a shot in the arm. In the future, the world of magic weapons will be able to run rampant in the Six Paths universe, and no one will dare to provoke them. This is what is called there are people in the court who are easy to do things and have official positions. Who dares to bully them? XX Supreme Universe. At this moment, the origin of the Supreme Universe has been seized by Fenbayan. At the deepest part of the origin, a huge golden basin appeared, with dense chaos runes floating on it, like a cornucopia, exuding an incomparable radiance. Mysterious and unfathomable aura. From a distance, this is simply a huge vortex of chaos, exuding a strong attraction to countless magic weapons. It seems that every wisp of breath that diffuses can elevate the magic weapons to a higher level. This golden basin is obviously Fenbayan. Haha, I finally succeeded, took over the Supreme Universe, and became the Six Paths' true god. Feng Baoyan opened her eyes. She was extremely excited. She felt the huge information coming from the source of the Supreme Universe and the endless source energy. She felt that her body had undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, she had gone from the treasure of chaos to the treasure of chaos. Level evolved to the level of the cosmic secret treasure. Although it was only a step up, it was an earth-shaking change. After reaching this level, she found that the space in her body had transformed into a cosmic void, which contained the laws of the 3,000 avenues. Truly flawless. She has almost mastered the ultimate in Tao. She is completely comparable to the primary lord of the universe, and is even more powerful than the ordinary primary lord of the universe. She possesses all kinds of incredible abilities. Immortal body. Feng Baoyan instantly sensed that her magic weapon body was completely different from before. If Feng Baoyan's body at the Chaos Treasure level was very powerful and indestructible, then her magic weapon body now is invulnerable to all means and immortal. Immortal. Even if she is beaten to pieces by the enemy, with only a wisp of matter left, she can quickly regenerate. This is the power of the immortal body, which is not comparable to the Chaos Treasure. The reason why it can do this is because her soul and the body of the magic weapon have been completely integrated. Every particle in her body is combined with the soul. Because of this, even if she is beaten into an atomic state, she can be reborn quickly with this atom. This it is the supreme state of unity between heaven and earth. My current strength is really too strong. Feng Baoyan was very excited. She found that she had devoured treasures and her ability to summon treasures had been raised to the limit. Before, she could only summon treasures within a certain range. But it is different now. The entire Six Paths universe is within her sphere of influence. Within, as long as she sits where she is, she can call upon the ownerless magic weapons in the void and quickly enter the treasure rock. Even the chaotic void outside the Six Paths universe, her tentacles can easily penetrate into it and summon chaos. The treasures from other places are back. This is her ability to collect treasures, which has been improved to an unprecedented level. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1027. Of course, in addition to the ability to collect treasures, Feng Baoyan found that he could also improve the power of magic weapons. The treasure aura exuding from his body could easily improve the qualifications of magic weapons. This kind of treasure aura can promote the innate magic weapon to the chaos magic weapon and the chaos magic weapon to the chaos treasure, and can easily help the magic weapons break through the bottleneck. In fact, Fenbayan can gather countless magic weapons around her, so that countless unruly magic weapons with special abilities are willing to accept her as their master. It is because Fenbayan's special power can help them evolve quickly. If you stay next to Fenbayan and bathe in the omnipresent aura of magic weapons, the magic weapons will continue to evolve, and evolve again, almost getting rid of their original qualification restrictions. To a certain extent, Fenbao Rock is like a furnace that can refine countless magic weapons. I am the god of magic weapons. In an instant, Feng Baoyan felt that there was a special godhead in the depths of his consciousness. This was a dark golden crystal condensed by the supreme original power of the universe and the power of the 6 reincarnations. It gave Fan Baoyan the power to Baoyan's 6 Paths of Reincarnation. God's table contains the precious power of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. It is precisely because of the power of this God's table that her strength has been raised to such a level that has never been seen in ancient times. This supreme universe has also turned into a magic universe. Fan Baoyan was very excited. She sensed that the entire supreme universe had undergone earth-shaking changes. The planets turned into magic planets, and the great worlds turned into magic worlds. These planets, these worlds gave birth to countless endless precious materials. Even these precious materials can absorb the energy of the source of chaos and continuously regenerate. Moreover, they are intertwined with the laws of heaven and earth. At every moment, a large number of magic weapons of different types can be born in these worlds, each of which is as if the heaven and the earth were conceived. It can be said that this supreme universe is like a huge refining furnace, filled with precious refining materials, and then after continuous tempering, powerful magic weapons are born. This universe has become a paradise for magic weapons. Its area is many times larger than the previous world of 3,000 magic weapons, and it contains countless rare materials. Wait, I also have an artifact. In an instant, Fan Baoyan was overjoyed. She found out that after she became the 6 Paths true god, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation not only gave her the power of a god, but also gave her a divine weapon. This made her feel extremely deep inside. Weird, he himself is a magic weapon, but he can actually control a second magic weapon, which is like controlling his own people. But this feeling quickly disappeared because this artifact obviously has no self-awareness. It is just a piece of magic weapon. A powerful instrument, so powerful that it has reached the level of a secret treasure in the universe. Artifact, Gate of Chaos. I saw a huge chaos portal appearing in front of Fan Baoyan, with dense chaos runes appearing on it, and the deep inside seemed to be condensed into a chaotic vortex. She sensed the power of this chaos portal. It is a cosmic secret treasure-level magic weapon that contains endless laws of chaos. It can return everything to chaos and is filled with an aura of immortality. This door of chaos is very powerful and contains absolute defensive power. Once it stands in the void, the attack of the ordinary Lord of the Universe cannot break the Gate of Chaos. No matter how powerful the force attacks the Gate of Chaos, it will all return to chaos and be swallowed and absorbed by the Gate of Chaos. Such a powerful baby. Fan Baoyan was overjoyed. She felt that this artifact was just right for her. She was not a magic weapon that was good at fighting, it was just an auxiliary type of magic weapon. Even if she was given an attack type of magic weapon, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to play a big role. But having this Chaos Gate is different. With this Chaos Gate guarding the magic universe, it is difficult for any enemy to invade, and all attacks will be resisted. If you want to attack the body of her Fan Baoyan, you may need breaking through the defense of the Gate of Chaos. The problem is that this is almost impossible to do. After all, the defense of the Gate of Chaos is too powerful. Besides the Gate of Eternal Life, it is the second most powerful defensive treasure in the world. Chaos Qinglian can't even compare to it. So it's impossible to attack her Fan Baoyan through the Chaos Gate. Sure enough, there are huge benefits to becoming a six-path true god. Fan Baoyan was very satisfied. It was not in vain that she spent a huge price. With her hard work and the help of countless magic weapons, she finally seized the origin of this supreme universe. After becoming the true god of six paths, she not only it was the power granted by the 6 paths of reincarnation to the god, and at the same time the power of the artifact granted by the 6 paths of reincarnation.
Wow.
At this moment, Fan Baoyan discovered that the supreme universe he was in was instantly grabbed by countless tentacles of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Just like a spider, it grabs its prey and pulls it into its nest in an instant. In just an instant, this supreme universe merges with the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation are so powerful. This is definitely a magic weapon that transcends the level of the secret treasure of the universe. It is almost the limit that the magic weapon can reach, the level of the treasure of the universe. Feng Baoyan could also feel the great power contained in the 6 paths of reincarnation at this moment. The endless power of reincarnation is like an insatiable giant beast, devouring all matter it sees. It is estimated that no matter how many universes it swallows, the appetite of the 6 paths of reincarnation is insatiable, and the evolution of the 6 paths of reincarnation is never-ending, with no limit in sight. As the master of magic weapons, she can naturally sense the power of infinite magic weapons. There is no doubt that the 6 paths of reincarnation is the most powerful magic weapon she has ever seen. Its power is earth-shattering. Even the Supreme Universe and the Chaotic Universe are just food in the eyes of the cosmic treasure of 6 paths of reincarnation. Even her 6 paths of godhood was given by 6 paths of reincarnation, which contains with unimaginable divine power. It is really unimaginable that the Lord City Lord actually created such a terrifying cosmic treasure. Feng Baoyan was immediately amazed. She knew that a cosmic treasure of this level was not conceived by chaos at all, but was forged by man. That's why it was so perfect without any shortcomings. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, I can't even imagine that there is such a level of cosmic treasure in the world. It's really unbelievable and beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I don't know what level the City Lord's cultivation level has reached. Feng Baoyan was very curious. Since even a cosmic treasure like 6 paths of reincarnation can be forged, it is conceivable that the cultivation level of the Lord of Chaos City has definitely reached a level that can shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 10:28. The 5th 6 Paths True God seems to have appeared as well. In the 6-path universe, a god suddenly exclaimed. The unimaginable 6-path gods were like bamboo shoots after spring, popping up one after another. Who is it? Some gods couldn't help but ask. He is the director of the Chaos Library, Lord Dark Spider Demon. A god shouted. It sensed the aura of the 5th 6-path righteous god, and its eyes showed a look of horror. It said these words almost word for word. What? Chaos Demon God, Dark Spider Demon. These words, when it came out, all the gods were shocked and looked at each other involuntarily. To be honest, they certainly knew the Dark Spider Demon, the director of the Chaos Library. This is an extremely ancient existence. If anyone doesn't know this exists, then he is not qualified to be a god. It is said that this ancient chaos demon god once challenged the City Lord, but was defeated by the City Lord and imprisoned in Chaos City. Because the City Lord cherished his talents, he did not kill this ancient demon god. Of course, although he was defeated by the Lord of the City, it did not mean that the ancient demon was not powerful enough. In fact, it was precisely because he was too powerful that the Lord of the City was moved by his talent and was not killed. It was just because of the strength of the Lord of Chaos. This ancient demon god was defeated because he was too defiant, and losing to the City Lord is not a shameful thing. Many Chaos demon gods are even proud of it. Being able to survive under the Chaos City Lord is simply a supreme honor. Such words are enough to make countless Chaos demon gods stand in awe. This is not the same level of existence. And since being surrendered by the Lord of the City, this Dark Spider Demon has become the director of the Chaos Library and has been staying in the Chaos Library with peace of mind. Among them, guarding the countless books in the library. It turns out to be the curator, the Dark Spider Demon. No wonder he became the 5th righteous god. To be honest, the curator has lived for too long. He was born before Chaos City was born. It has experienced almost everything that happened in the 6 Paths universe and experienced several calamities of heaven and earth. However, even so, the curator is still alive so far, which is enough to prove the strength of the curator. Indeed, in fact, the Lord Dark Spider Demon does not take action very often. It guards the Chaos Library, guarding against countless threats in chaos, and the thieves who try to steal the Chaos Library. So far, the Chaos Library there has never been any case of theft, so one can imagine the strength of the curator. Some people say that the Chaos Library is the fourth largest transcendent power organization after the World Bank, the Great Axe Arena, and the Chaos Mercenary Association. I think this is not a rumor, but a fact. There is no way the Chaos Library is a super organization directly under its jurisdiction. It is the only one in the world. Even the other 3 transcendent forces do not have this honor. It is said that many demon gods want to use their connections to work in 2, but there is no way. It seems that the conditions for recruiting employees in the Chaos Library are also very special. They all depend on whether they are destined. If not, no matter how high the price is, they will not be able to enter. But no matter what, the employees of each museum are extremely terrifying magical powers, beyond imagination and unfathomable, and no one knows what kind of magic they have practiced. All the gods were talking about it, and they all felt awe and admiration for the director of the Chaos Library. To be honest, who in the Six Paths universe doesn't know the name of the Chaos Library? This library gathers the information of countless sentient beings in the Six Paths universe. Wisdom records all knowledge from ancient times to the present, even in the manuscripts of the Lord of the City. It can be imagined that the Library of Chaos is a place of wisdom for infinite beings. Some people think that who has obtained all the knowledge of the Library of Chaos, whoever can become the strongest, become an invincible existence comparable to the Lord of the City. Even if you don't get all the knowledge of the Chaos Library, just a part of it is enough to make countless demons crazy. For example, the Chaos Library records a series of invincible forbidden techniques. These forbidden techniques are powerful and extremely dangerous. Each forbidden technique contains incredible abilities. Even these forbidden techniques are not sold to the outside world and are forbidden to be taught. But once you obtain a forbidden technique, you can make yourself his strength has increased to an unprecedented level. From ancient times to the present, no one knows how many practitioners have wanted to sneak into the Chaos Library and steal the forbidden techniques. But so far, all of these thieves have disappeared after entering the Chaos Library. No one came out again. And the Chaos Library was considered by these people with ulterior motives to be a terrible devil's cave. Anyone with evil intentions would be completely lost in the Chaos Library. As for the ancient demon who controlled the Chaos Library, the Dark Spider Demon is naturally feared by countless Chaos Demon gods. After all, the unknown is often the most terrifying thing. Although they have never seen the curator take action, they can know from the abyss-like aura of the opponent. The curator's terror. At this moment, in the XX High Universe, at the deepest source, a huge dark spider lives in it. A countless black spider threads spread out from it. These lines are like great laws, running through the entire Supreme Universe and covering every corner of the Supreme Universe. Even these spider threads are intertwined with each other to form a huge chaotic Bagua symbol, which contains the supreme and mysterious power of black and white, yin and yang, life and death, etc. It seems that no life can escape from this chaotic web of gossip. Just like facing this cage of fate, no one can escape. Under the general trend of heaven and earth, all living things are ants. Finally succeeded. At this moment, the dark spider demon opened its eyes, seemingly revealing its deep eyes. The depths of its pupils seemed to be whirlpools of chaos, swallowing up the power of all things in the world. Different from the era of chaos, its eyes were no longer crazy, killing darkness. Waiting for the breath, it was replaced by the breath and light of peace, intelligence, reason, wisdom, etc. After endless years of accumulation, and more importantly, it has been baptized by the knowledge of countless books in the Chaos Library, which has transformed it from a primitive chaos demon god, transformed into a truly great wise man. There are not many existences in the world that can surpass the dark spider demon in knowledge. It can be said that there are only a handful of them. It is also one of the existences with the most profound knowledge in the Six Paths universe. It is precisely because of the existence of infinite knowledge that it can be freed from barbarism, ignorance, violence, etc., and become a true wise man, controlling the infinite knowledge in the world. Underscore. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading, collection, recommend, share. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1029. In an instant, the dark spider demon felt that in the depths of his consciousness, a dark golden crystal appeared. It was filled with the message of the crystallization of the law of the Great Avenue and the breath of the 6 reincarnations. It immediately knew that this must be the divine head that had been successfully condensed from the 6 paths of reincarnation and contained incredible power. I am the god of knowledge. The dark spider demon instantly sensed the huge message coming from this godhead. It sensed that it had suddenly become a righteous god in the heaven, the god of knowledge. This god with a divine status is almost it has mastered all the knowledge in the world. Even if any knowledge is born in the 6 paths of reincarnation, it will be recorded in the book and become a part of its power. Knowledge is all power. The dark spider demon was filled with emotion, and its eyes couldn't help but shine. To be honest, in the era of chaos, before heaven and earth appeared, it was the demon god of chaos. It advocated killing, violence, and brute force. It thought it had superior combat power and killed people everywhere. The number of chaos demon gods that died in its hands was simply countless, but until it met Furukawa gave it a blow on the head, beating it half to death and almost killing it. At that moment, it knew that it was not what it imagined. There are many chaos demon gods who are so invincible and more powerful than themselves. No matter in terms of strength, bloodline, or magical powers, there are many chaos demon gods who can suppress themselves. At that time, the dark spider demon was desperate and felt that no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to catch up with Furukawa and even see Furukawa's back. But after it entered the Chaos Library, it was immersed in a large number of books and a large amount of knowledge every day. This was very difficult for the dark spider demon who was just a reckless man at the beginning. For me, it is like entering a new world. You must know that in the era of chaos, everything is chaos and everything is nothingness. Everything needs to be explored by yourself. No one can guide you at all. Rely on yourself to deduce the future and explore new knowledge. After entering the prehistoric era, all kinds of life and all kinds of knowledge have shown explosive growth. The amount of knowledge born almost every day can surpass all the previous knowledge. The speed of evolution in this era is so fast that it is simply dizzying. To be honest, the dark spider demon never thought that the chaotic universe would evolve into this. Giving birth to billions of civilizations and race gives birth to countless knowledge. The more books it reads, the more things it understands, and the more things it understands, the more thoroughly it observes the laws of the Great Road, and the things it understands naturally become more clear. The more. Even if it does not practice deliberately, its cultivation is still progressing rapidly, reaching the perfect state of the God Emperor, almost standing at the strongest level in the 6 Paths universe. But even so, the more things it knows, the more and more, the dark spider demon feels more and more ignorant. If what he knows is a huge circle, then what he doesn't know, the area outside the circle, is an endless area. Even with the utmost imagination, it can't be imagined. From that moment on, it began to embark on its own unique path of practice. It wanted to master all the knowledge between heaven and earth. Knowledge is the strongest power in the world. Once you master the knowledge, you can control the world. The strongest force. Well, this is my artifact. In an instant, the dark spider demon felt an artifact appear in his hand unknowingly. This is a supreme magic weapon given to him by the 6 reincarnations, no less than the secret treasure of the universe. It took a closer look and saw the artifact is a book. Its name is Book of Knowledge. This book is blank. It looks like a wordless book, but it contains countless blank pages. Each page can contain records infinite knowledge. Even this book is filled with the breath of immortality. No power in the world can destroy this book of knowledge. The Book of Knowledge, There is such a treasure in the world. The eyes of the dark spider demon suddenly lit up, and it was extremely excited. Even though it had been promoted to the realm of the elementary master of the universe, it was still shocked by the power of this artifact. This book of knowledge can record all the knowledge between heaven and earth. This book of knowledge can record all the knowledge born in the 6 reincarnations. Even more knowledge is recorded, the more powerful the book of knowledge will be. This is a growth artifact. What a great experience! The dark spider demon was amazed. It felt that the power of this artifact was tailor-made for itself, because even the Chaos Library dare not say that it has recorded all the knowledge in the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, there are many things between heaven and earth. A lot of knowledge and books are not recorded in the Chaos Library and may not even be recorded. Such knowledge has disappeared. In fact, there are countless similar pieces of knowledge, and they have not been circulated in the world at all. Among them, there is naturally precious knowledge, which also leads to the lack of inheritance. But this book of knowledge can perceive all valuable knowledge in the world, and can perceive wherever new knowledge is born in the 6 paths of reincarnation. All will be recorded in the book of knowledge. With this book of knowledge, the dark spider demon can see everything in the world and know the knowledge of the world even if he does not leave home. The universe I am in is the universe of knowledge. The dark spider demon's heart moved. It sees the origin of the supreme universe, which is the avenue of the supreme universe. If it moves its mind, it can cause earth-shaking changes in the entire supreme universe.
Wow.
In an instant, countless planets in the entire supreme universe turned into books, just like books lying across the chaotic void. The star of the sun turned into the book of fire. Saturn turned into the book of earth. Jupiter turned into the book of wood. Venus turned into the book of gold, and so on. Different planets turn into different books, and books contain an internal space that is enough to accommodate mountains, rivers, oceans, deserts, valleys, and even countless lives. In the books, densely packed words of the chaos demon god appeared, like chaos runes, gathering together to form a series of restricted formations. The entire supreme universe, under the influence of the dark spider demonic power, seems to have turned into a huge library. Each planet is a small library containing infinite knowledge. This supreme universe can be moved back to the Chaos Library so that the area of the Chaos Library can be expanded. The dark spider demon is very satisfied. After all, it is still the director of the Chaos Library and controls the infinite knowledge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Felu novel app. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1030. The 6th 6 Paths, True God, also appeared. Who is it? Which chaos demon god is he? It's Yama, the Vajra demon pig in the Hell realm. It has successfully seized the supreme origin of the universe. It turns out to be King Kong demon pig, no wonder. The gods were talking a lot, and they quickly discovered that the 6th 6 Paths righteous god was also born. The number of righteous gods appeared one after another, and they were more or less a little numb.
The
Vajra demon pig is the king of hell in the Hell realm and controls all the dead, and countless undead souls who go to hell after death need to go through the trial of the Vajra demon pig before they can be reincarnated into other worlds. It can be said that this is one of the strongest chaos demons in hell, and its reputation has long been resounding throughout the 6 realms. After all, in the world, who doesn't know the name of King of Hell? Every living being is afraid of the reputation of King of Hell. When ordinary people intimidate other people, they will also use the words "Meet the King of Hell," which is enough to prove that the reputation of the Vajra demon pig is absolutely extraordinary. Of course, the reason why they are so afraid of the King of Hell is because the world of the living and the world of the dead are completely different. Even the gods cannot interfere with the world of the dead. If they rashly enter the world of hell, they may be eroded by the original power of hell, thus transformed into hell creatures, This is one of the reasons why countless gods do not want to go to hell. In the hell world, they cannot stay for long, otherwise they will really be assimilated into the dead, and will surely die. XX High Universe. I saw a chaos demon god appearing deep in the origin of the Supreme Universe. It was entrenched in the deepest part of the origin, and its body was filled with endless aura of death, which was unfathomable. It seems that the place where it is located is the world of death, with dense crowds of the dead appearing around it. It seems that the dead in the entire Supreme Universe have gathered in this place. And it is the king of hell, the Vajra demonic pig. It worked. At this moment, the Vajra demon pig opened its eyes. It sensed the huge message transmitted from the depths of the Supreme Universe. It was the message of the 3,000 avenues. It can be said that at this time, it had completely understood the 3,000 avenues. The law controls everything in the Supreme Universe. It has transformed into the master of the Supreme Universe and been promoted to the realm of the master of the elementary universe. It is very happy in its heart because it has spent a huge price and time in order to seize the Supreme Universe. If it fails, if so, it would be a heavy loss. Fortunately, it has finally succeeded. It has broken through from the perfect realm of the God Emperor to the realm of the elementary Lord of the universe, achieved true transcendence, and thoroughly understood the laws of the 3,000 Great Tao. It took control of its own destiny.
Wow.
I saw a dark golden crystal sinking into the depths of its sea of consciousness, and then the majestic, chaotic sound of the 6 paths of reincarnation came from the depths of its sea of consciousness, resounding through everyone one. I am the god of death, and I control all death. The Vajra demon pig instantly realized that he had become the first righteous god in the hell realm, and obtained one of the extremely powerful gods in the 6 realms of reincarnation. It was the god who controlled all death. Within the scope of its power, all the dead fall under its jurisdiction, and it can even use the power of the god of death to resurrect the dead or make the living immortal. As long as it is not willing, then the other party will definitely not be able to enter the world of hell forever. The immortal body is the dead who are not recognized by the god of death. And the more dead there are, the more powerful it is as the god of death. So it also longs for countless deaths to be born in the world, but it also hopes that the living world will prosper. After all, if all the people in the living world die, then there will be no new dead in the future, which will undoubtedly be a disaster for the god of death. Therefore, the living world and the death world are closely related and complement each other. Although it is the god of death and longs for countless dead people, it does not want the world to be destroyed because of this. This is the special characteristic of the god of death. It advocates both chaos and peace. This is the universe of death, the paradise of the god of death. The Vajra demon pig sensed that the entire Supreme Universe had undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. The entire Supreme Universe was completely enveloped by the power of death. The endless breath of death filled the chaotic void, turning the Supreme Universe into a world of death. Or maybe it is the underworld. One death planet after another is suspended in the starry sky, and one special death world after another appears in the heavens and all realms, containing the ultimate power of death and cold air. Basically, in this Supreme Universe, the creatures have been completely transformed into underworld creatures, and their bodies are filled with cold attributes. The yin energy is so dense that it makes people feel chilly. If the living come to this kind of place, it will definitely not take long before they are transformed into underworld creatures. At the same time, this Supreme Universe can also swallow countless dead people and allow countless dead people to live in this place. It can be said that this has become a paradise for the dead. The entire Supreme Universe is covered by the law of death, and the surroundings are filled with the fire of the undead and the fire of death. The originally dead lives in this Supreme Universe seem to be resurrected one by one at this moment. The skeletons buried underground also began to crawl out of the ground one by one. This was the resurrection of the dead. Those dead souls, under the power of death, under the transformation, he quickly turned into an undead soul in this world. This is my artifact. The Vajra demon pig soon discovered that he also had an extra, artifact on his body. This was given to him by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was at least the cosmic secret treasure level and contained infinite power. It knew what this artifact was in an instant. The name is the Death Scythe. This Death Scythe is black in color, filled with the aura of depth, darkness, death, etc. It is so huge that it seems that it can easily tear through the chaotic void and split the world in half with just one harvest. But the main power of this artifact is directed at life. It can easily harvest the enemy's soul. With just one cut, all the enemy's souls can be harvested and turned into the dead, controlled by the god of death.
Yes.
It is said that this death sickle holds the power of death and contains incredible power. Mastering this artifact is like mastering the true meaning of death. A nice artifact. The King Kong Demon Pig is very satisfied with this artifact. Although it has some magic weapons from hell, it was given by Furukawa and does not really belong to him. But this cosmic secret treasure-level Death Scythe is truly authentic. It is a magic weapon and contains unimaginable attack power. Even the primary universe master cannot bear it with one strike. Especially if it is corroded by the death power of the Death Scythe, it may cause wounds that cannot be healed. Sooner or later, the soul will be taken away by the god of death. _Felu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collect, recommend, and share. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1031. The 7th 6 Paths True God also appeared, which seemed to be the Chaos Demon God from the evil ghost realm. A god exclaimed, "The Chaos Demon God from the demon realm? Who is it?" The faces of the gods suddenly became serious. None of them knew the horror of the evil ghost world. This world is a place where countless evil ghosts gather, and every evil ghost is an extremely vicious person. They were all demons when they were alive, and their hands were contaminated with countless sins. They will fall into the realm of evil ghosts after death and encounter endless torture, making life worse than death. It can be said that every evil ghost is extremely terrifying, enough to cause a bloody storm in the 6 realms. Fortunately, these evil ghosts are all the evil ghosts are trapped in the evil ghost realm, otherwise we don't know how much trouble it will cause. And the Chaos Demon God, who can control the evil ghost realm, is the leader of these evil ghosts. I don't know how terrifying such a Chaos Demon God is. It is absolutely top existence. He is the judge of hell, the demon god of chaos, and the 3-eyed demon monkey. A god immediately revealed the true identity of this evil ghost and chaos demon. It turns out to be the judge. No wonder it's like this. With the Lord Judge guarding the evil ghost path, those evil ghosts will naturally not dare to cause trouble. I just don't know what kind of god the 3-eyed monkey has become. All the gods suddenly realized that they naturally knew the existence of the 3-eyed demon monkey. The other party was the terrifying Chaos Demon God, who was as famous as the King of Hell and one of the 4 supreme demon gods in Hell. Such an ancient existence had not existed before Chaos City was born. They were born, and they have always followed the Lord of Chaos City and never left. They were responsible for guarding Chaos City before, and now they are responsible for guarding Hell. It can be said that they have a high position and are definitely the top figures in the 6 paths of reincarnation. And the 3-eyed demon monkey can be said to be the most powerful one among the 4 chaos demons in Hell. It is well deserved to be responsible for guarding the evil ghost path, and it is a matter of course. XX High Universe. At this moment, in the deepest part of the origin of the Supreme Universe, a huge chaotic stone suddenly appeared inside, filled with the endless aura of chaos, evolving everything in the universe. And living deep inside the Chaos Stone is the 3-eyed demon monkey. It is like a newly born Taichu demon monkey, filled with rich Taichu chi.
Boom.
In an instant, it suddenly opened its eyes, and suddenly 3 eyes burst out at the same time, tearing apart the chaotic void. The 3-color divine light seemed to penetrate the entire Supreme Universe and spread to every corner. Under the divine light of its eyes, the powers of earth, wind, water, fire, etc. are all presented in detail before his eyes, and all the mysteries of the universe are exposed. With a click, the Chaos Stone instantly shattered, and a huge ape emerged from the Chaos Stone, standing tall on the sky and on the ground. It seems that the moment it appeared, the entire supreme universe, countless planets, and countless worlds trembled violently and buzzed. The power was enough to shake the universe. It worked. The three-eyed demon monkey stood in the chaotic void. It clenched its fist and felt the surge of power in its body and the huge power of divine consciousness. It knew that at this moment, it had finally taken over the entire supreme universe and completely understood the three concepts. Thousands of laws and endless mysteries of the universe are flowing deep in its heart. It is simply omniscient. After spending so long and so much effort, it finally succeeded and took the last step to understand. The law of 3,000 avenues achieves the realm of the Lord of the universe. Blah blah. The next second, a dark golden crystal instantly merged into the depths of its sea of consciousness, blended into its soul, and at the same time instilled a huge message. There seemed to be bursts of chaotic sounds. I am the god of judgment. The three-eyed demon monkey had a glimmer of understanding in an instant. After it succeeded in seizing the origin of the supreme universe, it immediately obtained the six-path god position given by the six-path reincarnation. Combined with its own power, it became the judge of the evil ghost realm.
God.
This god is very powerful and has the power to judge good and evil. If the opponent is evil and contains huge power of sin and infinite evil power, he will be killed instantly or sent to death. Enter the realm of evil ghosts and suffer torture. If the other party is evil, then you can reverse the situation and resurrect the dead good people, or send them to reincarnation and reincarnation. Good and evil are all in the mind of the god of judgment. This is my artifact. The three-eyed demon monkey grabbed it with its big hand, and an artifact appeared on its body instantly. It was a spear, which contained infinite edge power. It seemed to penetrate everything and kill everything. It stabbed it out with a single shot. It can easily penetrate the universe. Even this spear contains dense runes of cause and effect, the avenue of cause and effect, which seems to be able to trace the power of cause and effect, directly from cause to effect, killing the enemy. The artifact. The gun of judgment. Too strong. The three-eyed demon monkey is very excited. It can feel the tyranny of this secret treasure of the universe, given by the six paths of reincarnation. It is definitely a killing weapon among the countless in the world. It contains endless power of judgment. As long as it is judged, if the gun is targeted, even if the enemy flees to the ends of the earth, he will be hit by the power of the gun of judgment. Moreover, it contains terrifying edge power. Once hit, it is almost certain to die, and the soul and body will be shattered and torn into pieces. It can be said that with this artifact, coupled with its position as the god of judgment of the six paths, it can definitely walk sideways in the six paths universe. Even among the many six paths true gods, its combat effectiveness is at the top. Among the ranks, it is the god who judges all sins in the six paths of reincarnation. Moreover, this power has a great restraint effect on evil ghosts. Under the power of the judgment spear, those evil ghosts have almost no strength to fight back. With one shot, any evil ghost will be wiped out and cease to exist. This power is enough for it to suppress the evil ghosts in the entire evil ghost realm and become the master of the evil ghost realm. Well, has that guy? At this moment, he completely understood the laws of the 3,000 Great Tao and knew all the mysteries of the universe. He knew everything and controlled everything. All the doubts he had before were now completely understood, and he no longer had any doubts. And this he is the Lord of the universe, controlling a supreme master, a supreme existence beyond chaos. Am I qualified to learn that technique now? At this time, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed. He remembered the supreme technique that his master had personally arranged, the technique of parallel worlds. It was precisely because of this technique that his proud learning ability was hit. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to learn that technique. Even if the technique was placed in front of him, he was unable to start, just like a turtle shell. It was like a mathematical genius who suddenly encountered a mathematical problem. In the past, he could easily solve the problem, but now he couldn't understand it at all, let alone answer it. And this also brought him a huge sense of frustration. So that's it. Is the art of this parallel world so subtle? In an instant, Xianxia Tianzuan was amazed. He recalled everything before and realized that the mystery of the parallel world technique was definitely beyond all the supreme techniques. He also understood why he could not learn the parallel world technique at all. Yes, if you want to learn this technique, you must understand the 3,000 great laws and understand all the mysteries of the universe. If you do not understand the 3,000 great laws, you will not be able to construct a complete universe, nor can you condense the real world.
Paralleluniverse.
This is just like if you don't learn the basic mathematical operation rules, it is impossible to learn arithmetic. This is the basis.
But this is just the basis.
Even if you understand the 3,000 principles of the Great Road, you can only learn this parallel world. The prerequisites for the technique, and more importantly, how to construct countless parallel worlds without collapsing them, are even so real that others cannot see them at all, to the point of confusing the real with the fake. At this moment, Xianxia Tianzuan is considered real. He truly understands the gap between himself and his master Furukawa. One is heaven, and the other is earth. The difference is too far. Before, he couldn't see the gap between them clearly at all, thinking that the distance was very close, but after being promoted to elementary level after reaching the realm of the Lord of the Universe, I realized that there was a huge difference. How did the master create this technique? Once used, this is definitely the most powerful defensive spell in the world. Even enemies more powerful than yourself will be trapped in infinite parallel worlds. Xianxia Tianzuan was amazed. Now he is more and more aware of the power of his master. At this moment, he also knows how terrifying the 3 cosmic sea monsters that fought with the master were. The title of Lord of the Universe, those 3, the cosmic sea monster is definitely the Lord of the Universe. And it is not as simple as becoming the Lord of the Universe for the first time, but the peak state of the Lord of the Universe, mastering the power of nearly 100 million universes. It can be said that this is truly true. The Overlord of the Universe, the kind that can run rampant in the universe sea. Even though he has now understood the laws of the 3,000 avenues and has also seized the supreme origin of a universe, his strength has greatly improved, but compared with monsters of that level, there is no telling how far behind he is. Any such cosmic monster can be easily killed without any effort. But even if there are such terrifying cosmic overlords, and 3 of them appear at once, the art of parallel worlds will still destroy the 3 cosmic seas. The monster is trapped in an endless parallel world. He witnessed the helplessness of the 3 cosmic sea monsters. They obviously have invincible power and can kill the master with their bare hands, but they are trapped in the endless parallel world for eternity. From this point, it can be proved that the parallel world technique is powerful, and the weak can definitely defeat the strong. Even enemies who are more powerful than themselves will have difficulty getting rid of this technique. Now I should be able to learn this technique a little bit. Xianxia Tianzuan is full of fighting spirit. He feels that he has been promoted to the realm of the elementary Lord of the Universe and has become the god of sages. His own understanding and learning ability have been greatly improved. It can be said that he could not understand it at all at the beginning. At this moment, he can understand a little bit of the technique. If he continues to study, he will be able to completely master this supreme technique and elevate the power of his technique to an unprecedented level. _Felu reminds you, 3 things to do when reading, collect, recommend, and share. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1035. XX High Universe. At this moment, in the deepest part of the origin of the Supreme Universe, a black-clothed Taoist sat cross-legged in the void, with an aura of peace and calmness filling his body, as boundless as the sea. But the complete opposite of him was the black divine sword floating above his head. This black divine sword is extremely terrifying. It seems to contain the original energy of the entire supreme universe, gathering the laws of 3,000 avenues and the power of infinite sentient beings. Once it is bombarded, it will cause the avenue to collapse and the universe to be destroyed. It is like the sword that makes the world fall into doom, and the sword of Smoldicus that makes all the gods fall into Ragnarok. If this sword were to strike down, even a junior universe master would be unable to withstand it. And this Taoist in black is Lingbao Tianzuan, known as the Master of Tongtian. It worked. Lingbao Tianzuan opened his eyes at this moment and showed a smile. His eyes were extremely calm, as if he had reached a balance between the ultimate killing and the ultimate calm. It can be said that the ultimate madness is the ultimate calm. In order to succeed, he's seizing the origin of the supreme universe. He spent a huge price and time to finally refine the entire supreme universe into the sword of Smordax, which can be called the sword of the avenue. And this is also the most powerful god he has ever created. The sword contains the power of the entire supreme universe and infinite sentient beings. This is the sword of punishment, the sword of killing, and its power is invincible. I am the god of heavenly punishment, and there is a god 3 feet above my head. All evils in the world are determined by heavenly punishment. Lingbao Tianzuan suddenly spoke. His voice contained the sound of chaos, which spread throughout the Six Paths universe almost instantly. All sentient beings in the Six Paths could sense such a roaring sound. Infinite sentient beings knew that a statue was born in the Six Paths universe. The god of heavenly punishment seems to control the power of heavenly punishment, and the endless power of disaster is concentrated on this god. Especially the gods, they shudder and tremble all over, as if they have an extra handle on their heads. The sword of Smoldax will come to his head at any time. Although there were punishments and retributions in the 6 reincarnations before, these villains who committed many evil deeds would not be punished in any way during their lifetime, and they would only be punished after death. Entering the realm of evil ghosts to be punished and tortured is worse than death. Therefore, many villains don't take it seriously at all, because they don't care about the flood after death. As long as they can be happy in life, it is completely enough for them. But now the god of heavenly punishment was born and controlled the power of heavenly punishment, covering the entire Six-Path universe. It seemed that with just a thought, the power of heavenly punishment would come down and chop the evil-doing beings to death. This is the real truth. There is a god 3 feet above his head. Every word, every move he makes contains the supreme power of divine punishment. This is the sword of heaven's punishment. Anyone who commits sins will be punished to death, including the emperor and the common people. Lingbao Tianzuan holds this heavenly punishment in his hand. It can be said that he spent a huge price to refine the entire supreme universe into a heavenly punishment sword, which contains unparalleled divine power and the power of heavenly punishment. This sword, the power of the divine sword, is more powerful than any of his previous swords. It contains the power of infinite sentient beings. Once it is chopped down, it can instantly shatter the entire universe. Even gods will be affected by a trace of its power. Shocked to death without a whole body, he fell into reincarnation.
Crash.
The next second, Lingbao Tianzuan waved his hand and threw the sword of heavenly punishment out in an instant, and he was integrated into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Became a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Vaguely, a supreme sword of heavenly punishment merged into the chaotic void of the 6 paths of reincarnation, hanging over the heads of all living beings, containing the terrifying power of heavenly punishment. It seemed that once the activation conditions of the sword of heaven's punishment are triggered, the power of heaven's punishment will be triggered, bombarding down, killing the sinful life. Moreover, the sword of heaven's punishment Lingbao Tianzuan can also take it out at any time, as long as with a gentle grab, he can grab it back from the 6 paths universe and hold it in his own hand. So, he does not need to carry the sword of heaven's punishment with him all the time. The most important thing is to integrate the Sword of Heaven's punishment into the 6 paths in reincarnation. You will be tempered by the power of reincarnation every moment, which will also make the Sword of Heaven's punishment continue to evolve. Killing is only a means, not an end. Lingbao Tianzuan smiled slightly. Everyone in the world only knows that Lingbao Tianzuan has a murderous nature and shows off his ferocity. His immortal killing sword formation is world-famous and makes all the gods fear him. It is known as the best killing sword formation in the world, and can resist there are only a few. The gods were born for his killing methods, so they call him the god of killing. The problem is that his killing is not arbitrary. Killing arbitrary is a demon, a monstrous troll, so his killing, it is killing with rules. Just like the purpose of war is for peace, and his killing is also for peace, to fight for a glimmer of life for all living beings. This is killing to stop killing. Why did he create Jiejiao? It is to intercept all things. There is a glimmer of hope for everyone. Anyone with qualifications can study in Jiejiao and be protected by the leader Tongtian. Therefore, he is extremely protective of his shortcomings and is loved by countless disciples of Jiejiao. This also makes Jiejiao extremely united. In fact, he is extremely protective of his shortcomings. There are very few gods who love all living beings like Tongtian Cult Master. Most of the gods regard mortals as ants, like grass and grass. Just like his eldest brother, the moral god, who speaks the way of heaven and has a great body. The Tao is generally fair and selfless, leaving only absolute reason. Of course, this does not mean that the moral god is heartless. It just means that his sentiments are not only for life, but also for mountains, rivers, and everything in the world. He holds the same attitude. Treat everyone equally. For the moral god, the soil, weeds, stones, and other non-living substances on the ground are no different from human beings and other living things. They all have the same value. Killing a life and crushing a stone have the same value, the same sin. But Tongtian Cult Master is different. He only intercepts a glimmer of life for all things, just fights for a glimmer of vitality for life. His kindness is only for life. If there is any shortage in reincarnation, I will make up for it as punishment from heaven. Lingbao Tianzuan also sensed the flaws of 6 paths of reincarnation at this moment. Although 6 paths of reincarnation is almost a perfect treasure of the universe, it also has many flaws. Such flaws cannot be made up by oneself, but can only be made up by relying on other beings. And it is a means of making up for the punishment of heaven for the 6 realms of reincarnation. Any living being who enters the 6 realms of reincarnation needs to abide by the rules of the 6 realms of reincarnation, otherwise he will undoubtedly die and encounter heaven's punishment. This is his duty as the god of heaven's punishment, responsible for patrolling the 6 realms of reincarnation. Monitor the avenue, and eliminate all life and things that are harmful to the 6 paths of reincarnation. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Feilu novel app. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1036. XX High Universe. At this moment, in the deepest part of the origin of the Supreme Universe, a Buddha is sitting. He is sitting on a huge white lotus, and a huge golden halo appears behind his head. This is a circle of wisdom, containing infinite Buddhist wisdom. Vaguely, the entire Supreme Universe seemed to be filled with bursts of the Buddha's Sanskrit chants, as if countless monks were chanting scriptures, filled with bursts of Sanskrit sounds. It seems that a series of supreme Buddhist scriptures have emerged in the void. Each Buddhist scripture contains incredible power of Buddhism and is integrated into the depths of the chaotic void. He showed the huge Dharma of heaven and earth, with 24 poems and 18 hands, holding the necklace, umbrella cover, flower guana, fish intestines, golden bow, silver halberd, blessing pestle, treasure file, gold bottle, and other chaos magic weapon, filled with immortal power. Just by sitting cross-legged on the chaos green lotus, he seems to be exuding bursts of zen. Any living being who sees this Buddha will want to kneel down and worship. A huge tree also appeared behind him. It was the Bodhi tree, which almost ran through the entire Supreme Universe, and its roots were deeply rooted in every corner of the Supreme Universe. There are even Bodhi fruits condensed on the Bodhi tree, and each Bodhi fruit blooms with bursts of golden halo, containing the power of supreme wisdom. Once you take a Bodhi fruit, your body's wisdom will be enlightened immediately, resulting in the effect of enlightenment. And this Buddha is obviously Taoist Xuanti. It worked. Taoist Xuanti smiled slightly, with compassion on his face. He felt that he had succeeded in seizing the origin of the Supreme Universe at this moment, and all the 3,000 great laws of the universe were fully understood at this moment. He felt that the secrets of the endless great laws of the universe were all it flows deep in his heart. At this moment, he is simply omniscient and transcends eternity. At this moment, he knows the realm of the Lord of the universe and is truly transcendent. Only by mastering the laws of the 3,000 avenues can we understand the mysteries of the past, present, and future. Compared with the previous realm of the God Emperor and the realm of the Lord of the universe, it is simply the difference between a baby and an adult. I am the God of wisdom, who controls the wisdom of all living beings and enlightens the wisdom of all things. Anyone who believes in me will gain immortal wisdom. Taoist Xuanti suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes revealed the light of wisdom. He seemed to understand the infinite mysteries of the world, and the many changes in cause and effect could not be hidden from his eyes. His voice also spread out at this moment like chaos. The sound of the Tao is like a sound that spreads almost throughout the entire Six Paths universe, allowing all sentient beings in the Six Paths to hear it clearly. In the dark, when all sentient beings in the Six Paths hear such a sound, they seem to feel that they are in a state of enlightenment, deep in the sea of consciousness. My thinking has become countless times faster. It seems that if you believe in the God of wisdom, you can be given infinite ways to become immortals. All the doubts in the past were instantly understood after hearing the voice of the God of wisdom, and all the doubts were cleared up.
Wow.
In an instant, Taoist Xuanti waved his hand, and countless golden wisdom seeds emerged from the chaotic void. Like a torrential rain, they poured into many corners of the six-path universe and merged into many beasts. And these beasts, after obtaining the seeds of wisdom, they had epiphanies one after another, lost their wildness, began to have humanity, and produced ignorant wisdom. At this moment, countless intelligent beings were born in the Six Paths universe. There are gaps in the Six Paths of reincarnation. I am the God of wisdom, bestowing wisdom on all living beings. Taoist Xuanti's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He also knew that the essence of the Six Paths fighting for gods was to make up for the shortcomings of the Six Paths of reincarnation and to promote the evolution of the Six Paths of reincarnation. He became the God of wisdom, naturally to enlighten all living beings with wisdom and enlightenment. Spiritual intelligence. After all, living beings with intelligence are considered life, and living beings without intelligence are just beasts. They are also souls. Life with intelligence is hundreds of times more powerful than life without intelligence. It can be said that the two are simply the same, not on the same level. The God of wisdom can make many beasts give birth to wisdom, which also allows the Six Paths of reincarnation to increase a large number of intelligent lives and increase a large number of Six Paths sentient beings. This is of great benefit to the Six Paths of reincarnation and has greatly promoted it.
Roll.
This is the Mahayana Buddhist Sutra, which contains the ultimate wisdom of all living beings. If you are destined, you can come to Lane Temple to find the Mahayana Buddhist Sutra. The voice of Taoist Xuanti spread out again. Such a voice contains the power of supreme wisdom. In an instant, all living beings in the Six Paths heard the voice of the God of wisdom. Many lives immediately felt the profoundness of Buddhism. It seems to have boundless magical power and contains the ultimate secret of the world. All living beings are worshipping it, wishing they could immediately become Buddhist disciples and obtain the legendary Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. Damn you, this despicable Xuanti Taoist. In an instant, the faces of many Six Paths true gods suddenly darkened. They naturally heard the voice of Taoist Xuanti and knew that the other party used his divine power to preach in the Six Paths universe. And there are only so many living beings in Six Paths. If the number of believers is large, then the number of believers of other gods will naturally be smaller, and the six-path divine power obtained will naturally be scarce. Therefore, the six-path gods are basically in a competitive relationship, and they will definitely fight for believers in the future. But Taoist Xuanti actually took advantage of the moment he was promoted to the righteous god of the six paths to smuggle in private goods, seize the opportunity to confuse sentient beings of the six paths, and take the opportunity to recruit followers. This is simply the height of shamelessness. Although they have known Taoist Xuanti and Taoist Jane for a long time, these two Buddhist leaders are shameless guys. When they see outstanding disciples, they want to introduce them to Buddhism. However, they never expected that Taoist Xuanti would take advantage of every opportunity to spread the profound meanings of Buddhist scriptures and take advantage of them. Expand the influence of Buddhism. But there is nothing they can do at this moment. After all, this is the moment when Bodhi Taoist realizes the six paths of true God. No one can stop it. If the other party wants to say something, they have no power to stop it. They can only be bored. Deficit. Sure enough, wisdom is the greatest wealth God has given to life. Only by mastering wisdom can you control everything. Taoist Xuanti was immersed in the realization of becoming the god of wisdom. After obtaining this six-path god, he felt that his wisdom had improved geometrically. All the doubts and puzzles in the past had disappeared at this moment. Understand everything. Mastering the supreme wisdom is equivalent to controlling everything and can completely understand all the mysteries of the world. And his ability is not only to enlighten the wisdom of mortals, but also to deprive the enemy of wisdom, and even it can lower the enemy's IQ. Under this power, if you fight with Taoist Bodhi, you may become an idiot after a while. _Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, and share. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1037. XX High Universe. At this moment, deep in the origin of the Supreme Universe, a 12th grade chaotic lotus platform emerged. A Buddha with a yellowish complexion and an 8-foot-long golden body sat on the 12th grade chaotic green lotus. Bursts of golden light filled the air from his body, seeming to penetrate the entire Supreme Universe and penetrate into every corner, making the entire Supreme Universe shine golden, as if it were made of gold. Any life bathed in such golden light will feel extremely peaceful inside, as if all the 3,000 worries deep in the heart have been cleared away. And this Buddha is the one who guides the Taoist. I am the god of guidance, and all living beings can become six-path living beings. Taoist Jane suddenly opened his eyes, and he felt that a dark golden crystal immediately appeared in the depths of his consciousness. This was the six-path god position given by the six-path reincarnation. He immediately knew that he had succeeded in seizing the supreme origin of the universe. After that, he became the true god of the six paths and also obtained the title of the god of guidance. And this divine position contains the supreme power of guidance and transformation, which can transform countless living beings into the six paths. In the reincarnation, they become six-path beings. For the six-path reincarnation, the internal space is infinite, and there is no worry about overpopulation. Therefore, the larger the population, the stronger the power of the six-path reincarnation. The appearance of the god of guidance is just right. It makes up for one of the shortcomings of the six paths of reincarnation. It can lead beings from other universes into the six paths of reincarnation and transform these lives into six paths of beings. Anyone who enters reincarnation can obtain eternal life. Taoist Jane waved his hand.
Wow.
In an instant, golden rays of light burst out from him, almost covering the entire six universes, penetrating the chaotic void, and directly entering many supreme universes. And these integrated into the supreme universe of the six paths of reincarnation. Countless lives also live within it. Under the influence of the power of the light of guidance, these indigenous lives were instantly led into the six paths of reincarnation, and their true spirits were also completely engraved in the deepest part of the six paths of reincarnation. It instantly transformed into a sentient being in the six paths.
Boom, tilde, tilde, tilde.
In an instant, the number of lives in the entire Six Realms universe increased at a geometric rate. These lives from the Supreme Universe were also born in every corner of the Six Realms. Now I should be able to survive all the evil spirits in hell. At this time, Taoist Jia thought of the endless evil ghosts among them. Each evil ghost contains the terrible power of sin, which is karma that cannot be washed away at all. Just like ink, no matter how you wash it, it will always be black, not white. And for so many years, Buddhism has been stationed in the hell, and even made a great vow. If the hell is not empty, it will not become a Buddha. But then in this way, it is still very rare to transform into a ghost. After all, it is too difficult to transform into a sinful, evil ghost. It is almost impossible to do. Of course, once you can do it, the benefits will be huge. You can add a Buddha to Buddhism in an instant. Ordinary evil ghosts should be able to transform, but if they are evil ghosts below the 19th level of hell, they may not be able to do so. Those are no longer evil ghosts, but evil spirits. The Taoist's eyes flashed with a glint. To be honest, after Buddhism entered hell, he naturally needed to have a detailed understanding of hell. He was naturally extremely curious about the world below the 19th level of hell. After all, in the entire six-path universe, there is no way to enter the hell. There are very few people who have passed through the world below the 19th level of hell, and no one knows what kind of secrets it contains. Taoist Jane also once secretly entered the world below the 19th level of hell, trying to find out the secrets. Among them, he naturally saw how terrifying the world below the 19th level of hell was. It was not comparable to any world on the 18th level of hell. The gap between the two was like that between a quasi-sage and a saint. The difference is average. Especially after seeing the monsters living below the 19th level of hell, Taoist Jia Yin's hair stood up, his whole body trembled, and he almost died in the world below the 19th level of hell. Those are unable to imaginary monsters are filled with the power of sin, as if the evil power of all living beings in the universe are gathered together. They are the ultimate monsters. If any of these monsters appear in the human world, they will cause endless disasters, and even gods will be killed or injured. There are countless. Even the God Emperor cannot be the opponent of these evildoers. They will be killed in an instant. And what frightens Taoist Jia even more is that such monsters are not just one or two, but more than 1,000. Thousands of them, densely packed, spread all over the world below the 19th level of hell. Just one such evil being is outrageous enough, but there are tens of millions of such evil beings, which makes people feel sick just thinking about it. Trembling. If he hadn't been able to guide the Taoists that time, he would have died miserably in the world below the 19th level of hell, with no way to escape. Even if he has now been promoted to the realm of the elementary Lord of the Universe, he has obtained the strength of the six-path gods has improved many times compared to before. Faced with such a terrifying Tao evil, it is estimated that he can only run away and is no match at all. These evildoers were all captured by the Master from the void outside the territory, and were all imprisoned in the world below the 19th level of hell. I am afraid that these evildoers have been refined by hell and became the puppet soldiers of hell. Before taking Taoist Master Yin, he still didn't understand why his master wanted to imprison so many terrible evildoers. After all, if such evildoers escaped, they would cause disaster and countless casualties. But now that he has been promoted to the realm of the elementary Lord of the Universe, and finally understood the thoughts of his master, the Lord of Chaos City, a person with this level of supernatural power would naturally not capture these evildoers for no reason. The only reason is to refine all these evildoers and send them to hell. Devoured by the world, they became a member of hell. In fact, after so many years of refining, These evildoers have become puppets of hell and are controlled by the origin of hell. Thinking of this, Taoist Jia Yin was amazed deep in his heart. He was shocked by his master's cultivation. It was clear that he had been promoted to the level of the elementary lord of the universe and had mastered the laws of the 3,000 avenues. But even so, he was still extremely far away from his master, just like a towering mountain. He couldn't see how high the mountain was, and he couldn't see where the end of the mountain was. Thinking of this, his previous slight pride disappeared in an instant. Compared with a great magical power like his master, he was still I don't know how far the difference is. He has nothing to be proud of. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Fabelverse app. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1038. XX High Universe. At this moment, deep in the origin of the Supreme Universe, a towering tree appeared in an instant. It stood upright and almost penetrated the entire Supreme Universe. The roots on its body have replaced the laws of the Supreme Universe. Its body supports the heaven and earth of the entire universe, and its leaves have turned into vast worlds. Even this towering tree is covered with dense magical fruit trees, and dense chaotic lines appear on each magical fruit, which is unfathomable and contains the supreme power of magic. By taking a magical power fruit, you can obtain a magical power. At this time, a blue-robed Taoist was sitting under the magical fruit tree, his body filled with the unfathomable aura of the avenue and the aura of endless chaos. It seemed that the place where he appeared turned into an absolute realm, covering the chaotic time and space in all directions. This Taoist is Xuanxia, and this tree growing deep in the origin of the Supreme Universe is the magical fruit tree created by Xuanxia himself. In order to seize the Supreme Universe, the power of the magical fruit tree began to thrive under the constant cultivation of Xuanxia, and countless magical fruits grew. These magical fruits also spread out and poured into every corner of this Supreme Universe. They were consumed by all living beings. As a result, they instantly possessed a variety of bloodline magical powers in their bodies. As time goes by, the power of the magical fruit tree becomes more and more powerful, and its tentacles are almost everywhere in the Supreme Universe. As the master of the magical fruit tree, Xuanxia naturally seizes the origin of the Supreme Universe. It just comes naturally, without any effort. Naturally, the other gods were unwilling to fail and tried to attack Xuanxia. Unfortunately, under Xuanxia's absolute domain, even if he was besieged by many god emperors, he was unscathed and had long been in an invincible position. Because of this, when other god emperors saw this situation, they had no choice but to admit defeat and retreat from the Supreme Universe. I am the god of the earth. Xuanxia suddenly opened his eyes, and an earthy yellow crystal instantly appeared in the depths of his consciousness. This was the power of the godhead given by the 6 reincarnations. In an instant, the heavy and unfathomable aura of the earth filled his body, as if he is in the boundless land, controlling the endless power of the earth. It seems that he can swallow the endless power of the earth, and the endless force fields around him are distorted, causing the chaotic void to be broken, and all kinds of unbelievable gravity appeared in all directions. When he successfully seized the origin of the Supreme Universe and was promoted to the realm of Elementary Universe Lord, he immediately obtained the 6th-path god position given by the 6th-path reincarnation, God of the Earth. At this moment, he mastered the endless earth. If he stands on land, he can immediately swallow the endless power of the earth and become invincible. At the same time, he has a steady stream of power and physical strength in his body. It seems that if the earth does not exist, he will not be destroyed. The earth is under my control. Mountain gods and earth gods also obey my orders. Anyone who believes in the earth god can obtain the body of the earth and be immortal. In an instant, Xuanxia's voice came out, buzzing. It was like bursts of chaotic Taoist sounds. It spread throughout the Six Paths universe in an instant, and countless sentient beings in the Six Paths heard the voice of the god of the earth. Suddenly, many people believed in the god of the earth. After all, they lived on the earth and were taken care of by the earth so that they could survive. They felt that they were instantly protected by the god of the earth, as if their bodies they are all transformed into the body of the earth. As long as they walk on the earth, they have endless physical strength and recovery power. No matter how hard they fight or how hard they work, their physical strength is unlimited and will almost never fail. God of the earth for believers. The blessing is simply a supreme blessing. Immediately, these believers felt the power of the god of the earth and became more pious. Mountain gods, earth gods, wake up. In an instant, Xianxia waved his hand, and countless earth yellow light spots erupted from his body, and they merged into every planet and every world in the six-path universe.
Wow.
Suddenly, these earth yellow light spots merged into on the land and mountains of these worlds, following the laws of heaven and earth of this world, integrating the original power of the world, and coupled with the power of this earthy yellow light spot, twisted figures emerged from these mountains and land, exuding bursts of energy. Divine power. At this moment, mountain gods and earth gods were born, like bamboo shoots after spring. One after another, they seemed to give birth to spiritual wisdom and control a land. Xianxia was the leader of these mountain gods and earth gods, controlling everything on the earth, and those mountain gods are officials in various places on the earth, or county magistrates, provincial governors, country lords, world lords, etc.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, when these mountain gods, the lord of the land, the moment God was born, the power of every mountain and every piece of land became more solid, gathering the infinite power of the earth. And it was as if every piece of land had its own manager, and all the power was gathered together. Which also makes the power of countless worlds in the six paths of reincarnation more powerful. The emergence of the god of the earth is like the emergence of the manager of the earth, which makes the originally loose power condense in an instant. Just like the separated fingers, turned into a closed one, it's like a fist coming back. Any existence that enters the earth will be sensed by the mountain gods and earth gods, and there is no way to avoid it. Is this the power of the god of earth? Xianxia closed his eyes and felt the endless power in his body. He felt that the more land he controlled, the stronger the power he seemed to have. Even every piece of land was his own body. As long as he stood on the earth, infinite power will surge out from the chest. At the same time, the more land there is in the Six Paths universe, the more powerful the god of the earth will naturally be. He makes up for the lack of the earth god of the Six Paths of reincarnation and the shortcomings of the earth manager. And as the god of the earth, he can change the landform, area, volume, etc. at will with just a thought, and can even go to any land at will. If the enemy stands on the earth, he has entered his domain. Among them, suppressed by endless gravity, his strength will be suppressed by 3 points before fighting. It can be said that he is in an invincible position by nature. Now I am truly the ancestor of the earthly immortals. Xianxia was very satisfied. He didn't expect that he could actually obtain the status of the god of the earth. After all, the importance of the status can be imagined. It must be one of the strongest gods in the Six Paths universe. Control with the power of the laws of the earth. The degree of tyranny can be imagined, and it is definitely not something other gods can imagine. _Felu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collect, recommend, and share. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1039. XX High Universe. At this moment, deep in the origin of the Supreme Universe, a chaos demon god with a human head and a snake body is entrenched in it. There is a huge breath of life permeating his body, as if it is the origin of life. The beginning of all life is born from here. Her entire body was curled up together, like an embryo in its mother's arms. In an instant, the initial energy of life seemed to be born from her body, and every ray of initial energy seemed to be able to evolve countless birds, beasts, and other life forms. But now it's not just as simple as giving birth to life. It seems that the entire universe has been given birth to. A small universe is being born deep inside her body.
Boom tilde.
At this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a terrifying light that tore through the endless darkness, just like the first ray of light in the chaotic universe, piercing the sky.
Click, click, click.
Suddenly, the embryo that originally gave birth to the Chaos Demon God instantly shattered and fell into pieces with a clicking sound. The Chaos Demon God just walked out from the origin of the Supreme Universe, and endless white light bloomed from his body. It seemed that a sacred existence was born from the chaotic void. At the same time, bursts of chaotic sounds sounded. The entire universe celebrated it, and countless lives were cheering. Naturally, the power is surging crazily. And this Chaos Demon God is Nuwa. I am the god of life and control the origin of all life. Anyone who believes in me can have eternal life, and birth, old age, sickness, and death will be far away from you. In an instant, Nuwa's voice came out, like the sound of chaos. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire six-path universe, reaching the depths of the infinite ocean of consciousness of all six-path beings, buzzing. Suddenly, the consciousness of these six-path sentient beings in the depths of the sea, the appearance of a chaos demon god with a human head and a snake body immediately appeared, as if he was the original god who created all life. Their birth was because of this great chaos demon god, the mother of all life.
Wow.
Immediately, the endless power of faith gathered and was instilled in the depths of Nuwa's sea of consciousness, enhancing the power of the six paths of God and greatly increasing her divine power. Is this the god of life? Nuwa sensed the message of the 3,000 great laws instilled from the depths of the origin of the Supreme Universe, and all the mysteries of the entire Supreme Universe flowed into her sea of consciousness. At this moment, she not only understood the 3,000 great laws, it's so simple, and she has fully understood the mysteries of life, bloodline, and genes. It seems that she can easily create different types of life with just a thought, just like the true God of creation, who can create out of infinite life. Sure enough, the Zerg Doomsday is a technique that only the Lord of the Universe can master. It is simply the pinnacle achievement of the avenue of life. In an instant, Nuwa also understood the Zerg Doomsday technique. Previously, she had been studying the Zerg Sun technique, the gene treasure house contained in the Zerg, and the reasons why the Zerg could produce so many Zerg soldiers. The more she studied, the more she felt that the Zerg was unfathomable. It was obviously just one race, but it was all-encompassing, encompassing countless races in the world, and incorporating the bloodline advantages of many races. It was like integrating the advantages of countless races into the Zerg genes among them. This is simply unbelievable. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would not believe it. After all, even the Chaos Demon God with extremely powerful blood in his body cannot be integrated into the blood of countless races. Because between blood and blood, genes and genes in fact, they are in conflict with each other. In any case, they cannot be perfectly fused together. Just the fusion of two bloodlines will cause disharmony. If billions of bloodlines are fused together, they will definitely explode. He died, and died in pieces. Therefore, no matter how Nuwa studied before, she could not replicate a super powerful life race like the Zerg. But at this moment, she was promoted to the realm of the primary universe master. After becoming the god of life, she instantly understand the endless mysteries about life, blood, and genes, and clearly understand the power of Zerg genes. Why Zerg genes are so changeable and can be integrated into the blood of countless races to produce different Zerg soldiers is because the Zerg genes are a piece of blank paper, does not have any bloodline power, and it belongs to a unique existence. When the origins of the 360 supreme universes were integrated into the 6 paths of reincarnation, 366 paths of gods were born, completely making up for all the flaws of the 6 paths of reincarnation and bringing it to a state of perfection.
Wow.
Immediately, the entire 6 paths of reincarnation underwent earth-shaking changes. It instantly turned into a huge reincarnation millstone, spanning the chaotic void. With this reincarnation millstone as the center, there were billions of trillions of light in a radius and endless chaotic original energy. All swarmed in and were swallowed up by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seems that this place has become a huge chaotic vortex. If everything in the world comes close to this chaotic vortex, it will definitely be swallowed up and integrated into the reincarnation.
Boom tilde.
Right here at this moment, dozens or hundreds of intermediate universes and thousands of elementary universes emerged in this chaotic area. They were scattered like stars. But under the devouring power of the reincarnation millstone, they were involuntarily pulled over, just like sea creatures swallowed by the power of the whirlpool. Dong dong dong. In an instant, universes entered the chaotic whirlpool one after another and entered the millstone of reincarnation. Immediately, these originally extremely powerful defensive powers, there are even world crystal walls outside the universe. Even the Lord of the Universe cannot easily break these cosmic crystal walls. But under the power of the reincarnation millstone, the huge reincarnation millstone, life and death millstone, and causal millstone began to rotate slowly. The terrifying aura of chaos seemed to reduce everything to nothingness. In an instant, these universes were like tofu entering a millstone, being crushed easily, and the crystal walls of the entire universe were shattered, falling apart. The lives that originally lived in these universes also died instantly, but the souls and true spirits of these lives were also integrated into the 6 realms of reincarnation and became a member of the 6 realms of sentient beings. In the 6 realms of reincarnation, life and death are not originally the same. Absolutely opposite. Life can be transformed into death, and death can also be transformed into life. At the same time, the worlds, planets, and many materials inside these universes have been integrated into the origin of the 6-path universe, which has also made the entire 6-path universe gain huge benefits and plenty of evolution. Too strong. Furukawa was amazed, and his eyes showed a terrifying light. Even according to his cultivation level, which is the peak title of Lord of the Universe, he can still feel the horror of the 6 reincarnations at this moment. It is simply unprecedented. The 6 reincarnations have previously captured the supreme beings. The universe still needs sentient beings of the 6 paths to sneak into the supreme universe, slowly seize their bodies, fight for years, and slowly erode, in order to swallow the origin of these supreme universes without damage. But it is not needed now. The 6 paths of reincarnation that have been completely evolved are simply a success. A reincarnation giant beast was born. It opened its big mouth and could directly swallow the supreme universes one by one. As long as these supreme universes enter reincarnation, then as time goes by, these universes will be quickly refined and become part of the 6 paths of reincarnation. And no matter how hard the original will of these supreme universes resists, they are completely unable to withstand the assimilation power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and will be completely eroded in an instant. Those elementary universes and medium universes just now, faced with the powerful 6 paths of reincarnation, even more he couldn't resist even for a second. After entering the samsara millstone, he ate them all as if they were snacks. They clicked without any effort. Only the supreme universe or the chaotic universe can expend a little more effort. This kind of power that devours the universe is simply unprecedented, unheard of, and unseen in all eternity. I see. Furukawa now understands why even an ancient master like Eternal River is so afraid of the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation, because the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation is too domineering, too magical, and too invincible. When the reincarnation millstone is born, it will sweep across the entire cosmic sea, swallowing up endless universes wherever it goes, and integrating these universes into the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is conceivable that if the 6 paths of reincarnation swallowed up countless universes in the entire cosmic sea, no one would be able to imagine it. How far will the 6 reincarnations evolve? Even if the 9 masters join forces, it is impossible to resist a monster of this level. Those masters are all aloof and invincible for countless reincarnations in the universe. How can they tolerate beings that challenge them? Status. So, when the 6 paths of reincarnation appears, you will definitely encounter a major blow from the masters. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, and share. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1043. At the moment when the 6 paths of reincarnation was born, it caused the entire cosmic sea to vibrate like a super earthquake, buzzing and setting off endless waves. Many original wills of the universe felt the birth of a terrifying, plundering will. They all wailed and screamed, as if a forbidden existence deep in the cosmic sea was born. This would be a disaster for countless universes. And many powerful beings staying in the cosmic sea naturally perceive such chaotic phenomena. What happened? What exactly happened, and why did the entire cosmic sea experience such a huge vibration? An ancient cosmic overlord suddenly woke up and was shocked. It was originally in a state of seclusion, and it would not be awakened at all under normal circumstances, but at this moment, it was completely awakened by such a shock, and felt waves of heart palpitations. Like for such an ancient overlord of the universe, nothing can make it feel palpitated anymore, but it feels like this now, which is really unbelievable. It couldn't help but send a voice message with its spiritual consciousness, asking its close friends if they were in retreat on their own. When something terrible happened in the universe, see? It's unclear. In fact, this chaotic phenomenon just appeared just now, and it didn't last long. Another ancient cosmic overlord said solemnly. It also shook its head, saying that it didn't know what happened. It was even looking for the source of such chaotic phenomena. I can feel that in the cosmic sea, countless original wills of the universe are vibrating. They seem to have feelings of fear, as if some kind of taboo existence has been born. A cosmic overlord looked extremely solemn and said what he perceived. What did you say? Even the original wills of the universe are fearful. Are you kidding? What kind of forbidden existence can make so many origins of the universe fearful? Yes, even a master may not be able to do such a thing, right? Indeed, although the power of the overlord is tyrannical and invincible, it does not frighten many of the original wills of the universe. After all, the cosmic sea is too big, and the overlord's cultivation does not rely on swallowing the origin of the universe to grow. For that level of in terms of existence, the origin of the ordinary universe no longer works. If this is the case, it can only be said that the sudden appearance of such a chaotic phenomenon must be the birth of some kind of existence that threatens countless universes. Otherwise, the original will of the universe would not be so afraid. Many cosmic overlords are talking about it. They are also extremely curious about what happened. Although the cosmic sea often breeds many terrifying beings and objects, it has never aroused the fear of countless original wills of the universe like today. Such a vibration is like a super earthquake, affecting the entire cosmic sea. Although such chaotic phenomena are ordinary, without boasting or beating the drum, it is just a simple vibration, but it is enough to shock countless cosmic overlords. After all, it can affect the vibrations in the entire cosmic sea are countless, and they have not happened a few times so far. At this moment, not only these cosmic overlords sense the huge and special strong vibrations of the cosmic sea, but even many ancient beings in the origin continent also felt the same chaotic phenomenon. Especially those great masters. They also woke up one by one at this moment, and seemed to sense a huge threat being conceived. It was like a ray of light on their backs. Well, what exactly was born, and why did I sense an inexplicable threat coming from the chaotic void? Why can't I see where its body is? A huge gray eyeball suddenly opened. From this gray eyeball, deep in the pupil, there seemed to be countless universes living there. Just staring at a certain place would completely ban the time and space in this area. Unable to move, all solidified. and it is the dominator of the Grey Eyeball, also known as the Canthus Beast. It has the supreme power of domination. As long as the being targeted by it, there is no possibility of escaping. It can easily penetrate the infinite mystery of chaos, aware of the reality, but at this moment it seems that it cannot see the birth of that thing, and seems to be shrouded in a mist of fate. Interesting. Why do I feel that countless great beings will fall in the future? No, even countless universes will fall. Could it be that there will be batches of corpses in my cemetery? It would be interesting if a master fell. The speaker is the tomb of Chaos God. The place where it is located is the final cemetery. Chaos tombstones appear one after another on it, and countless strong men are buried inside. The area in all directions is filled with patches of gray fog, and it seems that containing countless undead and resentful spirits, this place seems to be an eternal existence, and it is also the final destination of countless lives. I saw the crows of crows echoing in this cemetery, symbolizing death and ominousness. Taboo, a certain taboo existence is about to be born, perhaps threatening the safety of the entire cosmic sea and the entire origin continent. Such taboo existence must be captured and imprisoned in a cage. At this moment, bursts of origin sounds were heard in the infinite cage, containing unfathomable power and breath. The huge cage was echoing with bursts of sound, and in this cage, countless people were also imprisoned. If the powerful existence of these is released, it will cause endless killings in the entire cosmic sea, with countless casualties and devastation. It is precisely because these forbidden beings are imprisoned in the cage that the cosmic sea is so quiet and peaceful. But at this moment, the master of the infinite cage is it sensed that a more terrifying taboo existence was about to be born in the cosmic sea. Once it grew up, it would be many times more terrifying than the countless prisoners it held. It felt a huge threat from the enemy and must capture the unknown enemy. Get up and be imprisoned in an infinite cage. Only in this way can the peace of the cosmic sea be maintained. It seems that some kind of special secret treasure has been born in the cosmic sea, which actually contains the power that can threaten the master. I don't know what kind of cosmic treasure is about to be born. It would be great if I could get it. In an instant, the castle that dominates all phenomena also woke up. It also sensed that an incredible cosmic treasure was born somewhere in the cosmic sea, so it caused the entire cosmic sea to shake. At the same time, it also felt that this newly born cosmic treasure was I am extremely curious about the treasure. It has just been born, but it has caused such an earth-shattering chaotic phenomenon, which has made many masters feel like they are carrying rays on their backs. Such a thing is simply unprecedented. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fabelverse app. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1044. Was a certain cosmic treasure born? Even I felt slightly threatened. I wonder if I ate this treasure from the universe, what would it taste like? At this moment, in a corner of the cosmic sea, a blood-colored mouth appeared in this place. It was an unimaginable blood-colored mouth, covering the sky and the earth, as big as the chaotic universe. With a click, the blood-colored mouth was swallowed up in an instant. He built a supreme universe, regarded this supreme universe as a snack, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. It is like a blood-colored celestial body in the cosmic sea, an infinite natural disaster. Once encountered, it will definitely die and will be destroyed. It swallowed it completely and died without a whole body. At this moment, it also sensed the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Immediately, this cosmic treasure aroused its interest, and it wanted to rush over immediately, devour this cosmic treasure, and take it as its own. Somewhere in the chaotic void of the cosmic sea, surrounded by dense space-time tunnels and layers, it seems that this place is home to a dense world of secrets and endless life. I saw a giant axe standing across this chaotic time and space, exuding endless sharpness and power. It seemed that with a single strike of the axe, the entire chaos could be split in half in an instant. It is the giant axe of domination, which contains extremely terrifying power. Was a certain cosmic treasure born? Forget it. This is just a small matter. Just leave it to other masters to deal with. I'll continue to sleep. Nothing is more important than sleep. The giant axe was slightly awakened by such a chaotic phenomenon, but it turned over and continued to sleep lazily, as if it would sleep forever. Its breathing also caused endless time and space storms in the surrounding nests, making this place turned into endless natural disasters. Any life that enters this time and space nest will be dealt a devastating blow. The cosmic treasure that contains the power of reincarnation seems to have the power to swallow everything. What kind of magic weapon was born in the depths of the cosmic sea? So curious. At this moment, deep in the origin continent, in an ancient lair, an ancient giant beast is crawling in the void, with dense origin talismans emerging on its body, filled with incredible power of runes. It seems that it itself represents an ultimate rune civilization. It is the dominant rune beast. At this moment, it opened its eyes and seemed to feel the power of the 6 reincarnations in the depths of the cosmic sea. However, I feel that there should be many masters of this cosmic treasure. I am currently injured, so I better not join in the fun and continue to heal. The Dominator Talisman beast lay on the ground and continued to heal its injuries. It naturally knew that the cosmic treasure born from the cosmic sea was extremely precious. How could it cause such an earth-shattering phenomenon?
But it wasn't that.
He got a cosmic treasure. The injury is even more important. After all, it is now in a critical period of recovering from the injury. It cannot act rashly, otherwise the injury will be aggravated. Has another cosmic treasure been born in the cosmic sea? The commotion caused was not small. Although I couldn't go there in person, it was still okay to go and watch the excitement. The speaker is the dominant picture beast. It is a terrifying giant beast. Its body seems to be as big as the chaotic universe. There are dense pictures on its body. These pictures include mountains and rivers, starry sky, sentient beings, hells, heavenly palaces, and emperors, generals, merchants, and pawns, as well as all kinds of animals and beasts. All seem to have physical appearance, all on its body. It is the civilized figure, containing the incredible power of the formation.
Whoosh.
In an instant suddenly, a dark picture disappeared into the chaotic void in an instant, silently heading to the place where the 6 paths of reincarnation is, at an extremely fast speed. Appeared, waited for so long. Finally appeared? The 6 paths of reincarnation is a cosmic treasure that is full of dangers and sins. It must not be allowed to be born and must be destroyed in the cosmic sea. At this moment, the river running through the entire origin continent, at this moment, a certain great will suddenly awakened, which shocked countless lives throughout the origin continent. In an instant, countless ancient cosmic overlords were awakened in an instant, feeling the constant panic. The terrifying pressure seemed like a catastrophe was imminent, and they were facing the end. They knew that the oldest being in the origin continent was awakening at this moment, and once that great will awakened, earth-shattering events would surely happen. And this great being is the one who dominates the eternal river. I saw this great will awakening, seeming to communicate with the long river of destiny, feeling the power of the destiny trajectory in the dark, exuding terrifying momentum and power, causing endless void waves to rise in the chaotic void. Before, the eternal river had it as predicted that the 6 paths of reincarnation are about to be born. Once born, it will definitely bring huge disasters to the entire cosmic sea and the masters, and will bring it a huge threat. For an absolute overlord like the eternal river, this is not allowed. The birth of anything that can threaten its own existence. Just like a superpower, in order to maintain its supremacy, it naturally needs to vigorously suppress the countries next to itself. It must suppress its challengers so that they can no longer challenge itself. So far, it cannot wait until its competitors have grown to a level similar to its own before suppressing them. Naturally, it will take advantage of the fact that the opponents have not fully grown up to completely crush such competitors into dregs. Of course, this way to be natural is to use the big to bully the small, to use the strong to bully the weak. But so what? This is a world of the weak and the strong. There is no morality, etiquette, and shame to restrain ourselves. The only thing we have is the success of the king and the defeat of the bandit. Before the Eternal River, so he didn't take any action. He just sent his men to find the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation because the ocean area of the universe is really too big. Even if you want to find a specific magic weapon according to the power of the Lord, you are still looking for a needle in a haystack, and you don't know. How long does it take to waste time? So, Eternal River naturally did not take action. After all, even the Lord, with an eternal lifespan, would not waste time on such meaningless things. But it is different now. The Six Paths of Reincarnation have already, when it was born, its aura could no longer be concealed. It was like a huge light bulb in the darkness, showing its presence to the surroundings. Even if the Eternal River is blind, it can still sense the specific location of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. So, in this way, it will naturally not waste any more time, and go directly to smash the Six Paths of Reincarnation and completely eradicate this future scourge.
Boom tilde.
In an instant, the Eternal River took action, an endless river running through the chaotic time and space, and it was immediately shocking. The entire continent of origin has shocked countless creatures. _Falu reminds you. 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, and share. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1045. What's the situation? Why is there such a vibration? The Lord of the Eternal River, has taken action. Impossible. Why would such an ancient master suddenly take action? What exactly happened? In the origin continent, the ancient cosmic overlords woke up and felt the huge shock. Their hair stood on end, and they were extremely shocked. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Each of the 9 masters was earth-shattering. A big shot is an invincible existence in the world. If any one of them is sent out, it will definitely shake the entire universe. See. And the Master of the Eternal River is one of the top bosses among the 9 masters. It usually is hidden in the continent of origin. Unless the gate of origin appears, no action will be taken. But now, it is clear that the gate of origin has not appeared, but the Eternal River has been dispatched. This kind of thing is simply sensational. No one thought that such a thing would happen. What happened? Why did the Lord of Eternity suddenly take action? An ancient being frowned. Could it be that some ancient overlord of the universe was about to break through to the realm of domination, and this attracted the attention of Eternal River and took action to suppress it? The title Lord of the Universe thought of this possibility. Because the 9 masters suppressed the universe and the world has no chance to break through the master. Anyone who dares to break through the master will be surrounded and killed by the master. Whole corpses. In the past, there were many ancient beings who did not believe in evil and tried to break through the masters, but they were also surrounded and killed by the masters, and their bodies were cut into pieces in the wild. The death conditions were extremely miserable. Each ancestor was already a skeleton in the wild, killing chickens and shocking monkeys. He has been called the Lord of the Universe countless times. Because of this, after countless years of universe reincarnation, no Lord of the Universe has dared to try to be promoted to the Master. They are all trapped in the realm of the peak of the Master of the Universe. And the Master, as the oldest existence, the Eternal River, has only taken action a handful of times. In fact, it is not the turn of such an ancient existence to kill a new Master. Just the action of other Masters is enough to suppress all those ancient overlords. Behead. But I didn't sense any aura from the overlord of the universe becoming the master. Indeed, if someone is really promoted to be a master, then the chaotic phenomenon that breaks out will definitely sweep across the entire cosmic sea, and no one will know about it, instead of being silent like now. But if someone hadn't been promoted to Lord, then why would the Lord of Eternity have personally dispatched himself? This is simply unreasonable. What exactly happened? According to previous intelligence, the Lord once sent his men into the cosmic sea, seemingly to find a mysterious figure. I don't know if Eternal River's action is related to this matter. It's unclear, there's insufficient information, and it's impossible to make any judgment at all. Many cosmic overlords are talking about it. They're also confused now. They have no idea what happened and can only keep guessing. But they can only prove that such a sudden action must be a big event, which will have a profound impact on the situation of the entire origin continent in the future. Not only were these ancient cosmic overlords shocked, the other 8 masters were also naturally surprised by Eternal River's move, because they did not expect that Eternal River, who had been staying in the origin continent, would actually take action himself. This is also an earth-shattering event for the masters who know the Eternal River very well. It's really weird. This guy from Eternal River actually took action himself, and was willing to come out of his lair. What happened? You must know that even if a new master is born, it will not take action to solve it. The master's gray eyes showed a glimmer of light. It knows the Eternal River very well. The other party is an extremely ancient master. Normal things cannot alarm it at all. Even if a new master appears, other masters will come forward to solve it. But now it is actually alarmed. The Eternal River is really incredible. Is it because of the newly born treasure of the universe? If this is the case, what is so great about that cosmic treasure that even the Eternal River is so ready to move? The Dominator Talisman Beast was also surprised. It couldn't help but have a guess deep in its heart, thinking that the Eternal River must have taken action for the newly born treasure of the universe. After all, the Gate of Origin has not appeared now, and there is no title of the Gate of the Universe. There is no other reason to alarm the level of Eternal River when the Master is promoted to Master. Of course, the treasure of the universe is an extremely precious magic weapon for any Master of the universe, even for the Master, but it does not reach that level. Especially for the most ancient existence like the Eternal River, it must have the treasure of the universe. After all, it has lived for countless years in the universe and has collected countless treasures. Therefore, an existence like the Eternal River will not to work so hard for a cosmic treasure. Something terrible must have happened. Is there something so special about that cosmic treasure that even the Eternal River cannot be moved by it? The Master of Vientiane Castle also fell into deep thought. It is impossible for a master like the Eternal River not to know that his actions must affect the whole body, but even so, he did such a thing. It is conceivable that cosmic treasure must have a huge effect on the Eternal River. The Eternal River is very special. It has the ability to predict the future and can glimpse the future destiny, so it knows more than all the masters. Now that it has taken action, I can't stay here to watch the show. I have to go and see what happens. The Master of the Tomb of Chaos God knows this old opponent very well. The opponent is a master who never sees rabbits and doesn't let go of hawks. Once he takes action, he must have found an important prey. Although it doesn't know why Eternal River takes action, it doesn't hinder it but took a closer look. Originally, it was not interested in the birth of the treasure of the universe, but now that the Eternal River is interested, it has become interested. After all, even if it can't get such a treasure, other masters can't get it. Even though these masters can join forces and share the same hatred when facing new masters, when they really face interests, they will still fight for life and death and will never hold back. Whoosh whoosh. It's not just the Chaos God. Tomb has this idea, and other masters obviously have the same idea, but now it is impossible for them to catch up with the Eternal River. So they sent a clone to watch the battle, wanting to know what happened. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Feilu novel app. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1046.
Crash.
At this moment, the evolution of the 6 paths of reincarnation has come to an end. A huge reincarnation millstone appeared in the chaotic void, containing the endless breath of reincarnation. It is like a giant beast entrenched in the cosmic sea, forming a huge whirlpool. Although this is just a small whirlpool in the boundless sea of universe, it is like a singularity and can move the entire sea of universe. Very powerful. Furukawa sits cross-legged deep in the origin of six paths of reincarnation. As the Lord of six paths of reincarnation, he can best feel the power of the most precious treasure in the universe, six paths of reincarnation. It is simply beyond imagination. It is the strongest magic weapon in his body. It surpasses the magic whip. After all, this cosmic treasure gathers all the original energy of the entire six-path universe, coupled with the endless power of six-path sentient beings, making the power of this magic weapon reach an unprecedented level. If he holds the six paths, reincarnation can easily suppress a supreme master of the universe. Even a cosmic overlord like the Nar, the Exterminator, and the Brain Eater can be suppressed in an instant and completely thrown into reincarnation. It is conceivable that knowing the tyranny of this cosmic treasure, it is definitely a treasure beyond imagination.
Boom tilde.
At this moment, the chaotic space-time with a radius of hundreds of trillions of light-years was violently shaken, affecting the infinite chaotic space-time. It seemed the void in this place instantly shattered, like broken glass, with dense cracks. Then an infinite river gushes out from the chaotic void, instantly surrounding the chaotic time and space in all directions. And this river is simply sweeping everything. The area has formed a river basin and it seems to have become a swamp area. If someone enters this swamp area, it will be like entering a water lair, surrounded by countless rivers. There is no way to escape from it. Even every drop of water inside contains the power of an elementary universe. When it drops, it can easily shatter the chaotic void, and it is extremely heavy. This is the dominator of the eternal river, and it is the most mysterious. Throughout, there is no past or future, and no edge can be seen, which represents the endlessness. Waves of terrifying aura permeate from it, easily crushing the sky and shattering the vacuum. Is this the eternal river? At this moment, Furukawa, who is sitting at the center of the six paths of reincarnation, instantly sensed the emergence of the master of the eternal river. He sensed the vast power of the eternal river. His original ancient snake body was huge enough to entangle the chaotic universe, circle after circle, but as for the eternal river, its length is infinite, and there is no end at all. Even if it appears in this place, no one knows where it ends, as if it runs through the beginning and the end, forming a perfect cycle. In addition to its infinite length, the most important thing is the power possessed by the eternal river, which is simply unmatched by the master of the universe. The power of 100 million universes of reincarnation? The power of 1 billion universes? 20 the power of reincarnations in billions of universes? Or the power of reincarnations in 3 billion universes? He was unable to perceive the limit of the power in the eternal river, as if there was no upper limit, and the power was never-ending. It can be said that at this time, he faced the eternal river. It's like facing an unmatched god. Even though the peak title of Lord of the Universe and Master are only one level apart, they are worlds apart. The gap is even greater than the gap between quasi-sage and saint. If Furukawa had not been guarded by the cosmic treasure of six paths of reincarnation, he would have been shocked by the power unconsciously emanating from him the moment he saw the eternal river. Is this the true eternal river of ancient masters? Furukawa was extremely shocked. Although he had long known that as an ancient master, the other party's power was definitely beyond imagination, reaching a level that even the ordinary Lord of the universe could not match. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he found the ancient master is far beyond his imagination. Not only is it incomparable, it is not on the same level at all. No wonder even the most evil master of the universe, even if he has just been promoted to the realm of master, will still be beaten to death by an ancient master of this level. Beat him to death. To be honest, after reaching this level, it is impossible to challenge beyond the next level. After all, who can be promoted to the realm of domination, who is not a monster with qualifications that surpass billions of living beings, and who is not possessing amazing talents. Supreme talents, which one does not have a firm will to seek truth, and which one does not have extraordinary combat experience. It can be said that after being promoted to the master, all of them are the ultimate beings in the world. If you want to challenge and defeat this kind of existence, don't even think about it. There is no such possibility. Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, I finally meet you. At this moment, the sound of the eternal river came out, buzzing, vibrating in the chaotic time and space in all directions, exuding an incredible ancient atmosphere. It seems that such a sound has existed since the ancient times and contains unimaginable majesty. Just the words it speaks are golden words, forming a unique law of the Great Road. Is this the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the most precious treasure in the universe? In less than one cosmic reincarnation, you have actually evolved to this level. If you continue to evolve, wouldn't it mean that the entire cosmic sea will be completely refined by you and taken as your own? The eternal river stared at the Six Paths universe, and it instantly sensed the endless power of reincarnation and the demonic nature that swallowed everything in the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Even an ancient master like it felt faint threats. Of course, this is not a threat to life, but a threat from the future. The other party has the potential to surpass itself, and it does so at an extremely fast speed. This is something it cannot tolerate at all. As an ancient ultimate existence, it is used to being domineering and tyrannical, but it cannot bear the thought of someone pooping or peeing on its head. Therefore, it wants to take advantage of the other party's failure to grow up and beat the other party to death with its bare hands. It will beat this extremely potential existence to death and completely kill this threat. In the cradle. In fact, it has no hatred towards the other party and has never even seen it, but this is a world that advocates the law of the jungle and the strong eats the weak. Sometimes, it will want to destroy the other party without any hatred. After all, a big mountain cannot contain it. There are two tigers, one tiger is enough. Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, you are very talented. In time, you may have the chance to become the strongest lord, but there is no such chance now, because I will beat you to death here. The ruler of the eternal river stares at Furukawa, commanding from a high position, exuding unparalleled aura and power. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, and share. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1047.
Boom.
As soon as the words fell, Eternal River had no intention of continuing to talk nonsense with Furukawa and immediately blasted over. In the chaotic void, a drop of water came over and penetrated time and space. Although it is just a drop of water, the original energy it contains is no less than that of a chaotic universe. The surroundings are filled with the breath of chaos, which seems to be able to annihilate all time and space around it. Its speed was incredibly fast. The moment it blasted out, it was as if time had stood still, and then it suddenly hit the 6 paths of samsara.
Boom.
This blow blasted past, as if 2 chaotic universes collided together. There was an earth-shattering explosion sound, and countless groups of chaotic energy exploded at the same time, producing devastating fluctuations. Very strong. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He sensed the terrifying power that dominated the Eternal River. It was just a tentative attack, but the power was so terrifying that it was simply sensational. If it were an ordinary peak title of Lord of the Universe, I'm afraid it would be with just this blow. The entire body and soul were shattered, unable to withstand the power of this drop of water. In an instant, the voice of the Eternal River came out, just like the voice of the God of Destiny. At the same time, the power of the Eternal River burst out and blasted towards Furukawa. Phew! The next second, A terrifying torrent of fate crushed him, pressing forward. It seems to penetrate the entire cosmic sea completely, condensing the endless corrosive power of fate, destroying everything. Even a master of the same level will be seriously injured when faced with a blow from this river of fate, and even on the verge of death, let alone the peak title of Lord of the Universe. Once hit by this blow, it is certain to die, and there is no chance of survival. Even this blow contains the power of fate, the power of cause and effect. To reach the effect, from the effect to the cause, this is a sure blow, even if Furukawa hides in the ends of the earth. Furukawa's eyes showed a hint of horror. He felt that the strike of Eternal River was extremely terrifying, and it had the same effect as the divine fist of destiny he created. But there is no doubt that the power of Eternal River's strike of Destiny River was more powerful than that of Fist of Destiny. His divine fist of destiny is not even known how terrifying it is, nor how exquisite it is. In fact, this is a matter of course. After all, the opponent has mastered the power of Destiny River for who knows how many years. After hundreds of millions of universe reincarnations, it has been polished to control the power of Destiny River to the extreme. Even if it hits the strongest blow, the excess power will not be leaked at all. It can be said that it has used the power of destiny to a superb level. He felt that with this blow, he had been completely locked by the power of the River of Destiny. He was being targeted by the power of destiny. Even if he hid at the end of the cosmic sea, he would not be able to escape. This was a sure blow. Of course, the speed of this blow was also incredibly fast, and it was impossible for him to escape very far. It was estimated that he had just escaped a few light years, and he would be beaten to pieces in an instant, leaving no body intact. Mortal fate? But it is a pity that even the master cannot control all destiny. You think you control your destiny, but in fact you are just controlled by it. Furukawa looked at the master of the Eternal River indifferently, and his heart was extremely calm. He was sitting in the 6 paths of reincarnation, and his body was filled with a huge aura of reincarnation, life and death, and cause and effect. It was unfathomable and seemed to be integrated with the entire universe sea. You are struggling to your death, and you are still here to confuse the public with your lies. This blow will kill you. The Eternal River is unmoved. A strong person who has reached its level has long been unable to be shaken by the enemy's words. The power of the vast river of destiny crushes it and arrives in an instant. In just a moment, destiny, the power of the long river, hit the 6 paths of reincarnation. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fabelverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.